Hello and welcome back to day 5 of our Book of Hours campaign. We are digging deep into the basement and finding all of the best secrets that the Hush House has to offer us. It has been a pretty fantastic journey so far. We've recently just cracked open the jail in the back. We just crossed the bridge, or repaired the bridge, and we have the entrance to the blackened yard. And then down below, we've managed to open up one of the shrines, and we're still trying to like peek into the other stuff. We have one room left in the actual house itself, and then a couple rooms left in the tower. But things have been pretty smooth so far. Let's make sure all of our lessons are viewable. Maybe we can pull this down a little bit so we can see it. We're starting on a brand new day. We've got a gale with us. Lots of heart, lots of sky. What can we get up to? What can we get up to? When you were a boy, old man's voice, you only needed a driver's license to enter the Great White North. Yeah, border control used to be a lot more chill than it is nowadays. And depending on where you cross into Canada, it can still be pretty chill. You just have to know the right crossings. Jump on a boat and cross the Superior. Your car inspection has been privatized? That seems crazy. You can't just take it to a mechanic and just be like, is this good? I can put this back on the road? Seems like one of the things that they ought to allow. What are we working on here? We're learning how to speak Kilisimi. It's been a couple of days since we played, so I'm just trying to remember exactly where we left off. We are learning how to speak Kilisimi. That was our guest who popped by recently. We're just out of Numa by like 2 months. So we have a long time until that comes along. I think we ought to do some focusing on books and lessons right off the bat here, and maybe get some of these bad boys up and running. 12 and 18. Oh. What do we have in the way of inks? Two skies. 3 skies, 3 skies, 6, 7, 8. Do I have a 4 sky story? I feel like I should. Putrifications and exaltations. 4 sky. So that means I think I could crack this book open. If we went blamp, 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 blamp. Look at that. I have to remember as well, like if I am just 1 short, I could always just wait and try to throw in an extra Fost or something like that. Always seems like an option. Cross Lake Erie to get to Canada sometimes too. Sounds like a California issue. Ugh. God, I can't imagine the bureaucracy in California. Kilisimi. Bosk Winter Moon. Hey, is this a new button? Did they add this in? Go to the next completed? They totally did. Was there a patch? Did we miss a patch? We crafted some Tanglebrag. Some Tonglebroggle. I would love to put that in one of these shelves. Oh, perfect. Can I actually see? Did they put out a patch? One moment, please. They sure did. They sure did. Teeny patchlet. Oh, they put up a huge patch yesterday. 5 major patches and good crikey 12 minor patches since the launch. Take a look at this. Little patch news before we get going so I know what's actually happening here. Button was in, you actually keybind it from the other key. Yeah, I changed it from, because it used to be square bracket and I changed it to Q, but I never saw that like pop-up notification that said like you have something ready to go. Option has been there, the button is new. Cool. Love it. Small faults on the inspection and get closed at a repair shop. Large issues you need to return for a new inspection. Oh, God, that sounds like a nightmare. Ooh, Forerunner 29th is traditionally celebrated as the decollation of the Forerunner. Blah, 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 blah. Lots of fab swag. Added a new completed recipe button plus count. Added a 4th zoom level. Change zoom levels when you use backspace to cycle to a recent workstation. Optimization passed. Daybreak and nightfall sounds are different. Boathouse and crane allow you to release beasts. Don't have either of those. Nope marker when you can't put something in a slot, and hotfixed nopes getting sticky when you dropped a card on a stack. Auto sorting options. Ooh. A couple of just UI fixes. Optimization passed on textures. Nice. No rain behind star. Clearer hint about brewing tea. I feel like that was pretty obvious. Cats may be placed in niches. Oh my god, we don't have any cats. Deep Mandrake, not just Mandrake. Franklin speaks Latin. Blah, 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 blah. Chimeric larva now develops into something. All right. Mostly just little changes. Things we can appreciate. What's the 4th zoom level? Is it a zoom out? I think so. I think that's a zoom out. Okay. Whatever are we doing with all of our skills today? I wonder, it said there was auto sort options, but I'd like to know more. Card trays, yes. Grid snap in trays, half card. Memories, souls, skills, and sundries can all overlap. That's probably the options. If I get an old American card, I don't need to get it inspected because reasons. Who cares about old death traps? You try to say something about the American auto industry? I don't know about that. Grail 7. We can get a Grail 2 in town. What is what's her face? She's 2 Grail. Mrs. Kill is 2 Grail. I'm Mona. 2 Grail, 4 Grail. There's probably a tool that's 5 Grail. I need 7. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Oh, actually, our E-Reb is 3 Grail. Let's use that if we can. And we'll buy her with a chore and a shilling. Sit down, Mona. You're gonna be here. Be calm. Such a crazy cat. Sure. We'll give her the E-Reb Plus. And then... I mean, there's a bunch of stuff I could do here. The easiest things would be like... This is half a pitcher of water. So I can just drink this. And I'll get a taste card. I'm gonna dig up the other one so that we can replace it, because that was only a half pitcher. And then what do we have that's Grail? Spice scales. Perfect. Old enough cars technically, but it's Americas that are popular. Mona can do whatever she wants. How dare you? I guarantee you that Mona does exactly whatever she wants in this house. For the most part. We try to teach her not to make biscuits though. And that's really hard. She has like no claw control. It's really funny. Cindy has really good claw control. Like if she swipes at you, it's just like a punch. But Mona literally can't like walk without her claws coming out. Menelith speaks longingly of those we would call from behind the sky. He claims that the sights and sensational arts that she describes can be used to invoke the dream of a star, when sufficient sky aspect is invoked to uplift an ascendant harmony. Sights and sensations. We have that. We have that. Sights and sensations can uplift an ascendant harmony. This is a memory of solace. 2 heart. I'm actually going to write that down because I don't have that one written anywhere. This is the Mirror of Melancath, Skybook. Always good to know where your books are. What side your books are buttered. The library continues to be larger than I can handle. I think one thing that I would do on my next run of this game is, instead of putting all of my books together like I've done, I think I would literally have one bookshelf that's like, here are the books you need to read to unlock certain memories, like one of each. And then everything else can deal with itself. So obviously I'm very interested in increasing this now as well. And I probably can do it with what we have here with the Memory of Solace and like a Faust card. I needed to give her some scales. That's what you did? Yeah, I think that like this is one big thing is like early on I didn't take notes about what books give what memories, and that really was a mistake. I feel pretty safe in saying that that was a mistake. I don't know if I've committed this. Oh no, this is our only whist attribute. We haven't committed. We've committed it, but we haven't attuned it to anything yet. Now, lots of fet. We wanted to do any kind of rose crafting. That'll get her to unlock the last room of the house. You're now level 2. But this does remind me, the Inks of Containment was the one big thing that we were trying to craft up as well. Because, did we make this after? We made a polymorphine, oozalt, and orpiment. Rose, lantern, and forge, but not winter. The last room, pretty good. I have no books left to catalog. We do have this place. You know what? I could move the books I use over there right now. I think it's not a bad idea. Can we put this chicken somewhere? Get it out of my damn inventory. Get this damnable chicken out of my inventory at once. The Mirror of Malachite. We have a moth book. Did they make it? Wasn't there like a zoom that was between these two levels? I feel like you really zoom in deep now. The Black Book Brittany was one of our books. We had a moth book, Shaven Lock Tantra, and the 6 Letters of Necessity. These are moon books, not moth books. To a Pale Lady. This was Memory of Salt. Shaven Lock Tantra, and the 6 Letters of Necessity. These are all books that we use for memories. This is a smart idea. Pale Lady, Letters of Necessity, Shaven Lock Tantra, Knockbook the Winding Stair is the other one that we use. Which is gonna be on the Winding Stair. Okay. That puts them together. It's another jug of water. Ooh. I doubt we have any rose or moth stuff we could do, but maybe. I feel like without a good weather right now, it's pretty hard to hit that. Like most of this, I still need ink to solve. And a lot of inks we don't know how to make. Have I tried making the inks of containment with anybody? Moon and winter? Really not. Those X's are nice. That's a nice addition for sure. I need like moon crafting to do this. Moon crafting. Moon crafting? Moon crafting, altar of the knot. Catwink. That's a flower. Which is very confusing. You can use all sorts of stuff in here, including marks. Such as a midnight mark. Ooh, I bet we could get something good out of this. Maybe not you, Sea Holly, but... Oh, you won't fit. One of these. Sand. Seashells. I never think to really get the memories on hand when I need them. A minor ink with a virtue against vermin. That still says catwink. Scholar level recipe. If I use this with a beverage, I'll mix a dark liquor that's a precursor to a great ink. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna make catwink here because I'm a little confused. Maybe catwink is an ink and I'm just stupid about this, which also makes me want to see what I can make with inks of power, but I guess we already have the rose ink, so she shells on the seashore. If she sells seashells on the seashore, how many seashores does she sell? Have I looked at the new Shadow Gambit? I've seen it. I haven't given a chance to play it yet though. That studio actually just announced that they're folding after Shadow Gambit. They were like, yeah, I think we're done. I think we're done making video games now, which is like quite sad. That had something to do with Catwink. I know we had Cat's Gall ink. No, we had U-Gall ink. Maybe Catwink is the ink. We've unlocked the refectory. Here, the whole Curia used to meet, the librarian, the secrets secretary, savant, vigilant, and enigmatic. Sometimes even the secretary nunciate, through the duties of the office, usually kept him away from the house. But there's only ever been one secretary persistent, and she has never liked to eat in company. That was the good times of the Curia's heyday. In later years, the governor of the jail would sit at one end, the librarian at the other, and the clock would tick away the long silences between their words. They definitely screwed up the zoom level. There was 100% a zoom level between these two, which is a little frustrating. The hatchling. A hatted lady. Couple of flowers. I can't grab most things in this room. This is mostly an empty bust of a room. Catwink. 2 moon, 2 scale ink. Well, you know what, man? Clearly I am an old drunkard. 2 moon and 2 scale. That is tasty. That is very tasty. Yeah, with our new language, we're up to another row of lessons now. Just keeps growing. Zoom step now instead of a smooth zoom. Yeah, is that editable? I do wonder. I really don't like that. Zoom speed. It was 80. I'm going to try it at 40 and see what happens. That's better. That lets you half step it. Does it? Yeah. Yeah. That changes the increment. Okay, great. That's much nicer. I can't deal with that UI being so big. It's taking up too much interface. Okay. Quick question I had is, are you rose crafting? That just creates signs. Why doesn't this create ink is what I'd like to know. We can create this dark liqueur, which will let us start making super moon ink. So what I really need to do is I need to increase forge or rose. I guess we need to increase the inks of power. Has to be like the next step. Hear about the butcher that backed up into a meat grinder? He's okay. He just got a little behind in his work. Also, hello. It's a pretty good one. It's pretty good. You're going into the pungeon. Straight into the pungeon. You know what, man? I've gone too far with this now. Okay, well, the house is done. 10s, 10s, 12s, 11s. $11 forge. Could we do that? 11 forge, 11 scale. I know we got 3 forge here. We definitely have an instrument that does forge. At scale. We have quite a few instruments that do forge. It'll be 4. I think there's a drink that does 2 forge. He says. Lapsang Souchong tea, 2 forge. None of that looks edible. Coffee, coffee. Candles do forge. 2 forge on a candle. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10 with a memory. 11, 12 if it's Denzel. Do I have enough money to hire Denzel? Yeah, $30. What do we got here? A book. An 8 moon book. For exactly $3. Sold. Hail. Knife and sky. Well, now obviously I'm thinking, can I get open, say, like a 14 knife house, edge house? How much for this? And sky. Answer the question. Shadow Game. Yeah. I haven't had a chance. I've seen it, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet. I'm gonna try to do it for a variety day, I think, next month. Because I think I got offered a key. I just haven't said yes or no yet. One thing I very much dislike in this game is the obtuse way in which you upgrade soul cards. It can be a little messy. I mean, one thing is, like, we always end up in the Tree of Wisdoms coming back here and then being like, do I have anything to put in here? And the answer is often like, yes. But then it's like, oh, this is an E-Reb. If you slot this in here, you won't have any E-Rebs with Grail or Moon. Well, actually, we would have with Grail. Okay, I could slot that in there then. What else do? You do Bosk and you do Preservation. Oh, right. You do Bosk, though, and we only have one Bosk shrine, which is here. And it doesn't have Grail on it. It does have Moon, which means I could put this in here, but I wouldn't be able to slot in E-Reb, which is the one thing I need to upgrade. So it's that weird combination of, like, what good does it really get me, other than, like, an extra card to use for the day, which is valuable in its own right. All right, look, we got Hail. What can we do with Knife? Two knife. I could probably use this for something with Sky. There was this 18 Sky VAC book. We managed to get 10 last time. I don't think I could get to 18. I think that's pushing it. Even for me, I feel like that's pushing it. More cards over higher level, but I make a lot of rank 9 skills. I mean, the thing is the skills aren't helpful for the assistants, which open up the rooms of the house. And one thing I want to do is explore a bit more of the basement. It's tricky. It is a tricky one. What do we have in our Sky recipes as well? Wow, we've actually done almost no Sky crafting. So that, I think, is what we're going to do today. We're going to find something to craft with this Sky. Probably over here in the old telescope. Can I put anything else in here? Carve the song into wood to enchant an instrument. Yo. Interesting. Once you understand how to make edibles and drinks, opening rooms becomes a lot easier. Yeah, we haven't gotten too heavy into the crafting. We have a lot of, we haven't gotten too heavy into the food crafting, I should say. We have some basic food. Drink we're doing actually pretty good on, but... So I think we're onto something definitely about maybe spending some time in the kitchen ranges today and seeing if we can upgrade our food, because that might help a lot. I also need to find... I need to be able to carve onto wood, it said. This will work. This will work. The spire... Are you my best Sky? I think you're my only Sky. Was it Araniscroppy? This has blanks. Wood. Material, fuel. Oh. Here. I thought U blank counted as a blank, but it actually doesn't. Wood. Material or fuel it would also accept. So do you have sky? You don't. You would accept a remembrance slot. So a blank of you. And that would accept a mark. I don't think we have any sky marks left. What else do you take? Lights, cooperative mark, elements of the soul. What about my snakes? No. My chickens? Funnily enough, the chickens have a ton of scale. Not a ton of sky. Hurricane lamp does have sky, but not enough. I guess one thing I could just do here is maybe focus on a higher level sky skill, such as sky stories. For scholar level recipes, use an instrument to raise it to greater music. But it said with aranoscopy, if I could get this up. What's amazing is that memory actually isn't here, which is part of my problem. It said I would create an instrument, which probably is going to be a tool, which would be extremely valuable. So, Pandorian, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the agency. Didn't even think about trying to do that craft at an altar. I learned something new. Oh, the altars are... I often craft at the altars because there's just like so many options here. That being said, I actually need to figure out where else I might be able to sky. We have the dissection table. No. The dispensary. No. The barber's chair. No. That shrine. No. Actually, that might be all of my crafting options right now. Logia Perspecta, no. But good to know we can do moon here. Ooh, we can do moon here with pigments. That's not actually useful at all, but it's good to know. What about the mirrors? No. Okay, it basically has to be that shrine. Unless I can use wood in an instrument, which I can't. All right, so the shrine, the swine of St. Januarius with aranoscopy. I could just upgrade aranoscopy. Oh, no, you don't work. God, all of these are different. Like, this one accepts light. But this one accepts lenses and gems. The Madugrad accepts U blanks. Goodness gracious. Wistful air. We still haven't sacrificed anyone. I know. The actual cult stuff has been very low level so far. The telescope has sky, but it doesn't accept the wood. That's the thing. Weapons are out today, so sit down, drink some tea or coffee, and wait orders. The agency is just turning into a cult at this point. The police aren't even chasing us. We're a perfectly legal library. I know. I think we've actually talked to a few detectives. Unfathomable. None of these good candles have sky, do they? There's a couple of like fatty candles we have around as well. Knock rose. Here there was some stuff. Lethe. Well, I should probably move that. At least to the drinks table. Keep track of it. Damn, I might just not be able to do this right now. Unless I upgrade Oranoscopy. Or make a tier 2 knot. Which I'm not even sure we know how to make. Nothing comes to mind. Wistful air. Awakened feathers. You know what? I could probably do. I'm just trying to think. We haven't used an awakened feather in a very long time. I can barely even remember what they do. Surely I have something that fits one of these. All right, hold on. Let me. I'm just gonna get a cheap sky. Solicitude heart. Two winter lantern. Knock. You know what? I actually don't have anything for a sky memory. Arf. We're like so close to getting something there. It's a containment or winter, so I could just use sights and sensations here. With a Faust and like the hail. Knowing that as you upgrade the skills, you can craft unique things based on certain skills is like really big. Traveling at Night Volume 2 gives you a memory that is one sky. Traveling at Night Volume 2. I mean, I know we have that. There it is. Should have read that before I used my hail. We are still super broke also right now, which I don't know if maybe we want to just throw a bit of manual labor in here for good measure. I don't have anybody coming into the hiring process today. 1 and 2 are books you always start with. Yeah, that's cool. That's good. I just don't have any memories written down that do that, so. Door and wall. I suppose if we were to get, like, we could upgrade this. Part of me is just also like, let's just start upgrading every skill that we have. Even though I'm like, oh, we should focus on very specific ones. Oh, Solace does give 1 sky. Oh, my bad. 2 heart, 1 sky. My note only said 2 heart. We've made a bit of money. So, sky crafting. What else can we make with that? I know that all the instruments have sky related to them. Make wistful ears. This will give me an awakened feather. So I'd actually like that because I'd like to remember what the hell that does. Sky, wistful ear, or awakened feather. Oh, we have an awakened feather right here. The 2 sky material. I hate wasting good weather. Like, anytime we end up with powerful weather and we don't put it to good use, I feel like such a fool. All right, maybe we can just, like, craft a bunch today. Well, all my sky is in use at this point, but we can do that tomorrow. So you're a material and a remains. None of this has sky. I feel like the songs are a really, like, valuable way to make better memories than what we have. Especially because I can do things like use my FET for it. No, I don't have any salt signs right now, so I am going to just make one of these. Probably didn't need my best stuff, but you know what? That's fine. Drums and dances we can use here on the drums. We can make a cheerful ditty. A cheerful ditty. Can we make anything else? Not easy. Strings and songs. Heart and night. Just starting to, like, wonder about, like, what else can we put together. And I'm specifically, I'm looking at things starting to be like, okay, what actually connects to make stuff? Well, Saltline is not bad. 2 moon, 2 rose. Maybe I don't sleep on you. Because that lets me make some pretty high moon stuff up here in the shrines. Up here in... No, it doesn't. And it's daybreak right when that hit anyway. So we actually missed it by seconds. Okay. This we can do something with. 3 fog. 3 fog, 3 nocturne moon. We also just got a salt sign. Moon and rose. rose. You can use mercs, can't you? No, you can use pigments. You really can't use rose in enough places, or you really can't use mercs in enough places, for my taste. I can use them down here, though. So if I wanted to put together a crazy moon-related thing, salt signs, obviously. If I hallow a liquid with this sign, it will clarify into an ink of revelation. This is Moon 10. I can also make midnight mercs. Salt sign. That's with Sea Story. That's midnight marks. Which are these? Alright, so moth instead of double rose. Not quite as good, really. Nothing comes to mind. There's no suitable recipe. That makes cat wink. Dude, this is out of control. Salt sign, midnight merc, and cat wink. Ink. What other crazy moon stuff could I make here? Pearl and Tide, Salt Sign, Cyclone Eclipse, Catwank, Hill and Hollow. Make the proper invocations to the power below the earth to reveal a treasure of the house. Yes, please. I don't know what that is. Dr. Sean, thank you so much. Giving it over to VM. It's always here bright and early in the morning. Thank you for the double monther on VM. Chris, you make yourself a list of what book gives each member. Yeah, so I started doing that like, I think the last session that we played, I finally started writing all those down. I did use my Trist on that, which means maybe I can, you know what, let's talk to town. Let's see who's available to hire. Maybe we can hire someone and give them the fog today. We'll throw the chore out with a penny. And I did also want to break a seventh voice, which I think shouldn't be too difficult. Some sky. 3 sky. 3 sky. I feel like I should have higher than 3 sky somewhere. There we go. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. And a tool, which we can use the Astro Globe. Crack him. Crack him and hope I don't need that Faust for whoever we're going to hire. So many interesting interactions. Yeah, so I've really started learning that, like, I used to just think, like, oh, there's a 5th level recipe for everything. And then I'm like, oh, no, there's like 3 or 4 5th level recipes, 10th level recipes, and 15th level recipes. It all depends on what skills you have. That's why I started being like, oh, I can just upgrade any of these because they're all valuable for different reasons. Serpent root. There's a smoothed hollow at the altar's foot, something coiled like a serpent, but stiller by far. A mass of rootstock, shiny with age, but still somehow viable. Tiny, spidery scratchlings marked with an embedded eggshell shards encode a cryptic message. This object houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Written in crack track. It's a book? Dudes, I'm going to start using Hill and Hollow everywhere. Where else can I use this? What was it? That was 5 moon? It was my tryst I had to use to break that, but... Where else is moon? You have moon, don't you? So if I use this here with, say, the fog... Huh. I think this only works underground. I think that only works very specifically at that altar. That goes even further to tell you how specific things are. Specific for that spot, and other spots have other skills. Yeah, I think that's probably very likely. Like, I imagine there must be something specific we can do by using drum and dances here. What it is, I'm not sure, but... Do I want to answer? No, I don't. That's the kind of thing I gotta find out myself. I want a book about this stuff, an actual book. The lore is so interesting. I mean, they have really great... If you've never seen the Weather Factory's merch, it's like top tier. I've wanted to buy the tarot cards they have forever, and I don't even really use tarot cards. I just think that they're so beautiful that I'm just like, yeah, I'd take these. A surrealist painter. Grail, moth, and rose. None of those matches this fog. Grail. Four, 5, 6, 7. Eight, 9. No food. 10. Basket of apples. All right, well, let's fire her then. It's not even midday. We can do it. So I need to, like, liquor her up with as much grail as I possibly can. So I'll just grab that basket of apples. I'll grab... I think it's a pot of the Lapsang Souchong, which... No, we don't actually have poured out already. Any of these half pots? No, no. Cup of that, and I believe it's this guy. Yeah. Suppose I could always feed them a memory as well if we want them to get up a little bit higher. Why did I make Lapsang Souchong? That's not the one I wanted. Thank God I didn't give them this. Switching to Sane is actually what I wanted, which is 2 grail, and we have an extra couple cups ready to go. So that will give them 10, which is enough to get into the jail. Alternatively, if I could get them to 12... We could do the Wing Haunted Cave. I feel like the jail is more interesting. Sky Harmony. Sir Sea Snatch is distracted by Mistress Twitch Cell kissing Mistress Nether Pearls and fails to see Master Megalpie making off with the players' funds. The whole enterprise almost ends in disaster when Mistress Wandereye's family insults her costume and she burns down their house in a fit of pique. But the day is finally saved by the Seventh Voice, a wandering bookmonger who returns the band's lost music. What is this book? A Seventh Voice, a cycle of comic poems about a band of players. Confounding Parable. Preliminary meter. Here's a lesson we don't have. Kissed her right in the nether pearls, right? That just sounded dirty right away. I think I'm just going to go with the Grail 10 and open up the jail. Grail for the jail. Grail jail. Grail jail. Grail jail. Okay, I have 5 moon in memories, along with a moon lesson. And I could get solace. No, that's not moon. I could get salt off one of these books. And that should be enough to upgrade my Inks of Containment. I think it's a Pale Lady. Yeah. Spin my whist. And then we'll give you a basket of apples. Can we give flowers to people? No, I don't think we can. Can we? I guess some of these are roots. You count as sustenance. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Molly counts as sustenance. Lantern roses in the winter. Have we picked blue orchids? Yeah, we did. Do we have any lantern roses here? Molly, cat's claw, agafluff, Lenten rose. Yeah, it's okay. It's nothing special. Lady, you're up to 10, so we'll have you crack this. The Mansis wall hanging is really cool. Yeah, right here. We have that currently as well in our chat background, just for fun. I've played a lot of Cultist Sim. Salt memory. So the Inks of Containment with the Inks of Containment, Fog, Confounding Parable, Salt, and I could also use a winter memory. I can get a winter memory. Bittersweet certainty. How much time do I have? Not a lot. This is gonna be 2 winter, 1 lantern. It's a song, but it would work. I mean, it's not even dusk yet. We should have lots of time for this. I'd rather not burn my lessons at this point. Lessons have become sort of valuable and expensive. Could at least put my stuff to work here, though, making things. Honestly, and I might as well be digging up some flowers if this is going to be the case. If I'm just sitting around. Cat's Claw in spring, Trumpeter's Lily, Honey Scar, Moth Orchards, Lantern Rose. I mean, I only have one of them right now. Down to the wire. No, I think we got lots of time on that. Should I use the ones I have to improve skills? Dusk has fallen. The jail has opened. So the inks are very, seem to be very particularly worth leveling up more than anything else, because the inks allow you to craft super inks. The ink skills allow you to craft in custom terminales, which are like inks that do 777 of like 3 different sets of skills. So leveling these guys up, it definitely has its benefits. The jail yard, nicknamed the Cursabit for the alchemist flask that distills and refines, prisoners would become better versions of themselves, realigned to responsibility. Hence, though it would have been much safer to confine the more potent inmates to their seal gels, Governor Collars insisted that they should be allowed fresh air and exercise. We have the Worm-Eaten Hall, which looks like a mess hall, and the Blackened Staff Room. 11s. I could go either way. None of those rooms look particularly more interesting than the other. This is going to be down to the wire. You're not kidding. Actually, it's going to be very close. Certainly closer than I'd like. Bittersweet certainty. Now, the inks of containment with all of you. Unbelievable. I didn't save an effort spell, an element of the soul that would work for this. I am a top tier moron. We got to use a different, we got to upgrade something else then. I mean, putrefaction and calcinations is the same set of skills, which also means the effort wouldn't work. I could upgrade my Uranoscopy again. Why doesn't that work? Oh, I need to use a skill is why. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, I'm a dumb. You have several lessons, so your first priority not be to use those to improve skills. Oh, we just had Numa recently. It was like a season and a half ago. 2 seasons ago. I think it was between spring and summer this year. So I'm like not in any rush on my lessons. I'm willing to hold on to them for a while. There's a mixture of like higher level skills are good, but also at the same time having many skills at the higher levels is also helpful, because now, for example, I should be able to craft. I couldn't boost you up again, could I, before nightfall? Key and Rose. I could probably boost something. I could probably boost something here, actually. Hold on. I have to be like Rose and Lantern or Rose and Winter. Which is a bit of a weird combination. That I'm not certain we're going to really see anywhere. Watchman's Paradoxes? It doesn't allow. It has to be Rose. Sorry, there's a way easier way to do this, which is just what skills have Rose? Pearl and Tide. That'd be a loss of 2. This would be like Rose in winter, I guess. Mix of Power, Path, and Pilgrim is also Rose. Preliminary meter. So I feel like this is going to be good for music stuff. I could use the confounding parable. You know what? Never mind. Both of those I can get from books. Let's just leave them. The soul may depart. It's snowing. What a wonderful card. It takes 2 minutes for the icons to cross from the right to the left, so midway is 1 minute. Oh, okay. I think I might restart the game for the 19th time because my skills are a complete mess. Well, we're going to do... Tomorrow is going to be our last day. So, like, no matter how tomorrow goes, in terms of, like, how many histories we can write, we're going to cash out of the graveyard at the end of tomorrow. See how that goes. But then I will probably be doing a fresh run offline as well. Because it just seems like there's so much to do. Also, now that I have, like, notes, I just feel like I need to organize my notes into a spreadsheet and then crack open the whole game. Okay, I have a shilling, which means I can hire, like, house help. Nobody has winter or sky, though. Actually, Mr. Kill has winter. So, hold up. I have 2 winter in West. Are any of these rooms winter? 11 winter? I have a 111 winter room. I could do 2 with my Whist, 3 with snow. That's 5. He starts with 2, 6, 7. There is no winter tool. Eganbrow is 1. Solomon's Preparation is 4 winter, and I can make that. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Plus memories. Yeah, all right, let's do that. We'll hire him. Now, actually, can I hire him with anything if I need my Whist to hire him. This kill. We can give him a memory. Let me just go find the right winter memory. The Black Book of Brittany is a 2 winter memory. So we'll use that, and we'll get him prepped up. The more you learn, the more efficient your runs become. Yeah, like how easy it is to get past the 3 knock, 3 rows first big block. I mean, yeah, the moment you start understanding like crafting and how to get the memories from different places. I mean, literally just rereading books, learning how to do that makes such a jump. Dudes, I have some really small books over here. 6 knock. 6 winter? I mean... 6 sky. That's got to be... This is to be immediately solvable. With a Faust. Don't know what took me so long there. Just finished adding game 150 for the giveaway. That's almost 20% done. Dude, unreal. Stupid. I always forget that you have to stick a shilling in after you've started this conversation. Does the list work on like a website, Newton? Like how do you access it? 2 winter. 5 winter. You know what? I could also just probably recoup my whist with a glass of water. Which is functionally free. And it's not a bad idea. Get that jail. Get that jail opened. Figure out what's in these like back rooms. All right. We need to... I'm going to give him a Solomon's preparation. I think was the way to go. Yeah, and then honestly, I could just feed him this memory and that's enough right there. This is a great card. Sun and Rags always brings forth beautiful endings. You're knock 5, but I don't have any skill. Right, I don't have any skill that gives knock. This is a big part of my problem in life, is that we're still missing Shasp. And none of these skills have been upgraded high enough for me to slot them in. The weather counts as a memory. I didn't think weather did count as a memory. Well, it's a good thing we got this resting. If that's the case, I mean... You're locked in. You're not. Let's just start upgrading random skills. You guys are knock and forge and knock and... Rose. We have one thing that gives us knock memory. The book on the winding stair. Aha, so we finished reading The Fallen Cross, in which Julian Cosley, Magus Immortal, an occasional anarchist, argues through the language that the Carapace Cross decayed to seed the lives of our ancestors. Speech is a wound, silence is silver. There's no silver door, nor can there be, even in the moon's house. Without language, there can be no words. Without words, there can be no message. But only in silence can there be no error. And lo, even in that beginning, in the first of messages, an error. Thus did we enter the house. So this guy, I believe Cosley is the one who thinks it's a mistake to follow the hours. Memory of regret. Which... Oh, nice. Actually, I don't have this. The Fallen Cross Skybook. This is another 2 winter. I have 2 books that give me 2 different 2 winters. Memories. Which would lead me to believe I could probably make some pretty cool stuff. Does anything let me take like 2 memories into it? I'm sure something does. I mean, that's a memory, that's a memory. And this can be an element of the soul. The Trist, Faust, what is our... Oh, this guy is... Whist. I'd love to get that whist upgraded if that's the case. This moment it needs a markdown editor, so it's a freestanding folder of a lot of text files. This done, I found a plugin for the program. Transcribes it to a website using HTML. Cool. Okay, okay. Love it. I mean, I'm just excited to see it in action. Since I only realized this myself yesterday, have you taken a look at the Tree of Wisdom nodes which have skills attached? They also have lore bits? Yes. Yeah, like once you've plugged something in, yeah, it tells you the path, the end. And it does seem like these lore bits change depending on what skill you also plug into them. We just upgraded Ragged Crossroads. Skella Sophie. What do you get me? Ereb? Ereb, yeah. It might be a nice idea if we could upgrade this, because we could put it in the preservation tree. Moon and Grail. We just got a moon lesson. We just got a moon lesson. I haven't done a lot of winter crafting as well. But I suppose I can't really right now. All my winter stuff is sort of in use with this dweeb. At least we're opening rooms, you know. If a day goes by and I open a room, I pretty much don't care if we don't get anything else done. That's so important just on its own. And I really do feel like preliminary meter in the piano is going to get me something good. Maybe. Maybe not. 9 modes, 9 horizons. The subtle rhythm of words which open both ways. I mean, it sounds like music is what that would work on. White just donates it's not unique, but weather does have that background. Like this blue background? I think it just donates that it disappears after a day. Books! My favorite thing in the world. We got a mop and a bucket for that wet-ass bussy. Some dandelion coffee. I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry. A chess set. A serving tray. Aisle water, aisle water, aisle water. This game is a book. I mean, you're not wrong. That's what I love about it. It's just like reading a big book. Reading a big book and discovering its mysteries. I'm going to literally put every one of these immediately ready to go. I want to catalog all 4 of these instantly. Nocturnal period. And what do we got going here? The jail hall. Sometimes the guards and the prisoners would take their meals. Sometimes callers, too, would descend from his tower and discuss philosophy with poisoners, ethics with Antanians, theology with Lapites. Afterwards, he would generally burn his notes. All right, and we've unlocked the warm nod kitchen. 12. Where's the actual jail here? Up or down? Probably up. I guess this is Collier's Tower. God. Did we win yet? We have a couple of win conditions done, yeah. How many friends do we have in our clubhouse? Sadly, nobody will join us in our clubhouse. I haven't been able to find any way to like keep people in the house. But we have like 3 of the special inks. We've written 1 mystery. We came from Glory, the Lantern mystery. So I was hoping to write the Rose mystery next. But it says I need 25 aspects to do it, which is out of goddamn control. Oh, you're a Rose lesson. Oh, I should put you to use. Do we have any Rose? I have no Rose memories. That makes that a little more difficult. Confounding Parable? Why don't I have this written down? I know how to make it. The Locksmith's Dream gives me this book. Gives me a Confounding Parable, which I think has Rose. The Locksmith's Dream, I have not moved over. God damn, this is going to be where it starts getting messy. Lantern book, The Locksmith's Dream, which means it's up here. We have... Uh-oh. My core has a malady. Keeper skin. My fingertips are puffy and discolored. My fingers are tapping. The book is infected with keeper skin, and where it's weakened the skin of my soul, a durindrazon has attached itself. Kind of discretion or inspiration or of possession. In the wind and the sea and the crackle of flames, there's music only I can hear. And when I give it too much attention, the world grows red as a rose. Skeleton Songs, Grail 4. Well, that's easy. Just Verse, Rose 6. That's also pretty easy. And Traveling at Night Volume 3. Knock 4. Super easy. Where is my knock desk? I want that book because all the other ones are very interesting. Cured with Moth 7. No problem. I will need a drink. Preferably a drink with moth. If we've got one lying around. Actually, I don't even think I need that. I can just take a glass of water. I can absolutely just take a glass of water. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. And use my FET. So, if I take that, but I do that, and I take this, and I grab you, and I put that in here, I can cure my malady. Nothing like a glass of water and going to bed. And that's all you really need to cure your weird skin. Everything I saw seemed like it was working as intended. Bittersweet certainty. The yellow card was a memory and tried to give it after giving a weather. So sad. Maybe making friends is the real win condition. I mean, maybe. It's true. You have a question, Amon? Ask away. By all means, please. Do you think I can crack any of these other bad boys? I mean, you're a 6 rows. If we do Path and Pilgrim, 4 rows. If I had literally any open elements of the soul, I probably could. We have answers. We might have answers. We might just have more riddles. How to craft water. The well. This bad boy right here. Use a chore or a health, and you can pull up a pitcher of water for free. for free. I mean, it uses your health for the day, but I mean, theoretically, you could also just then serve the water and drink half the pitcher, and you'd get your health back right away. Step 1, join our cult. 2 moon, 2 rose, 2 sky. Lantern. Book, The Locksmith's Dream. Two moon, 2 roost, 2 sky. This is a really, really good one to have. The law goes back all the way to the stone. Oh, we don't need to read this. We've read this before. So that, with this, scale? Do we have anything that gives scale memory? I'm going to say no, we probably don't. We absolutely don't have anything that gives scale memories. I don't know what would. That's a weird one. Completely legitimate library. I would call it an investment into the future. All right, let's wait for daybreak. We're so close to spring and getting our compensation for our library work. Right now I have to work a bunch if I want to hire anybody. And who wants to work for a living? Snow! Again! Do I have a shilling? I don't. Alright. Well, let's put that snow to use somewhere else. Maybe we can... Winter books? Deep Mandraic, we do own. It's not winter, which is a bit of a pain, but 12 winter. No inks. Sans inks. Which means we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Both of these are 12s. Surprising I can't make a winter ink. Ugal ink? And Solomon's preparations. You don't count as an ink, right? No. And Ugal, which is made by winter, is actually a nature ink. I wonder, at the dispensary, if I use herbs and infusions, this has got to be able to get me something. Regensburg bomb. Ugal ink? Well, that's confusing. That's what winter gives me. Okay, there's multiple ways to make that. Regensburg bomb we have. Don't ask me what it does. Here it is. 2 heart, 2 nectar. Liquid. No nature memories. That's very hard to do. Do I have any of these that give 3 nectar by any chance? I'm going to say probably most likely no. Flowers tend to only give 1. If I was to get a scent memory here, we could make nature 10. So I'm just going to bring this bad boy up here. And then I'm going to put together a scent memory. Probably with this lantern rose. Seems like a good idea. Is there a tool with winter? Not that we have discovered. That being said, does snow do sky? Ooh. That's enough, isn't it? It's enough, you dogs. How the hell did I get this to 9 last time? Or was it moon? Maybe it was moon, not sky. Wistful air, awakened feather. One of these said it was either 10 moon or 10 sky. Sorry, it was either 10 winter or 10 sky. Well, no, it definitely wasn't winter. I don't know what I'm thinking here. It's either 10 moon or 10 sky with wood. That got me that. Which would be a Fost. Hey, there we go. That's it. This is what I was looking to do. Fost or Aniscopy Snow plus a U-blank, because it's wood, allows me to create a magical instrument called a Mazarine Fife. I have no idea what it does, but it's unique. We've not seen that anywhere. Have I boiled the egg in the kitchen? Like a hen's egg? I have not done much in the cooking department. I keep saying this morning that I'm gonna try cooking, and then I don't do it. So why don't we try some stuff? What are my skills that can go in here? Hill and Hollow, Path and Pilgrim. There's a lot of stuff, and none of them look particularly tasty. What kind of seasonings do we have? What about like Egan Growl maybe? Dandelion wine maybe? Peasantgrug's bomb. Yellow. Ugal ink. What a mix. Arkard, hello. Good morning. How was your total warring? How was Gamescom? I'm sure you've got to run, but just in one line, how was Gamescom for you? Because I know that you were away for quite a while there. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Got a raid and dash. Thanks for the loot. Catch up with you later. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Those coming in from Arkard's channel. Very different vibe from Total War. We were playing the Changeling there on Monday, but right now we're playing Book of Hours, which if you don't know anything about this game, it's incredible. It's very good. It's maybe my game of the year. It's basically like a book. It's a game about note-taking more than anything else, but it is the sequel to Cultist Simulator. If you've ever played Cultist Simulator, if you haven't played Cultist Simulator, you should really play that, and then you should play this, because this is like Cultist Simulator, but way chiller. Right now, we're just mucking about in a kitchen trying to figure out whether or not we can make anything special that we can drug people with when they come to town. You know, to do some good. We're just checking a couple of recipes, seeing if we can't make anything special. I'm not really seeing anything great pop up here, though, to be honest. A soft amber pumpkin and some dandelion wine does not seem to make anything that's really like standing out. Ooh, we can make lethe. So this is a drink. This is a very powerful drink. We have a bit of this standing around. It's a 4 moth, 2 grail, 2 nectar, 2 scale. I mean, we have 2 bottles of it right now, so I don't need it, but knowing that we can craft this, a moth liquor. Interesting, 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 interesting. Gonna have to do a bit more exploring. Welcome on in, dudes. Welcome on in. We have flung open this gate. Illapoy's dissertations on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by passages of distractingly erotic poetry addressed to Baldo Mera. To reach the stag door, I believe that all you really need to do is want something enough, but I've never wanted anything that much, except, of course, Baldo Mera. And I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this. What she wants is the stag door. But here's something I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. Traveling at Night, Volume 3. Pattern memory. This is the knock memory that we have not been able to find. Knock book. Travel at Night 3. This gives us 2 knock, 1 lantern. This is incredible. This is going to bust open a lot of knock things for us, being able to actively access that as a memory. The Traveling at Night series is absolutely top tier for getting memories. Rose Grail. You are keeper skinned, so I'm going to throw you in with our cursed books. Our ever-growing collection of cursed books. This we should be able to read very easily. If I can find the right desk to read it at. Boop. 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 A rose book. And I don't see why we probably can't do this Grail book as well. A little bit of chore. And a little bit of... sea stories. Perfect. 2 knock, 1 forge on that memory pattern. Yeah, yeah. That's killer, because if we mix that with Path and Pilgrim, no. If we mix that with glass blowing, that gets us 6 knock. Easy to do. Nerd Rage. Also, hello. All the Total War people coming in today. I guess I should have done Total War again today, but maybe not. Welcome on in, dudes. Welcome. Come on in. Come on in. I assume you were also on the war. The absolute war. The absolute non-stop war. Oh, we have enough for that, that memory now. It's so funny. I was doing this and I totally forgot about it. We were going to put in a handful of stupid things in here. This. And then there was a substance. This. The Regensburg bomb. If I use it with a beverage, I'll mix a darker, stronger liquor. I think that's just lethe. Okay, that's all that is. That's making lethe. Which is not that super valuable for us, but... welcome on in, dudes. Chocolate Rain for you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. We're playing a little Book of Hours today, for those of you who don't know. It is the sequel to Cultist Simulator. It is a game I would mostly describe as a note-taking game. You end up spending a lot of time with a very, like, over-the-top notepad system, where you're just like scribbling down all sorts of nonsense and things that collect together to try and figure out how to craft whatever you can. It's very, very fun. It's all about solving mysteries. It's all about solving the secrets of Hush House, which we are the librarian of. And the Hush House is full of crazy cult shenanigans that we're just kind of scraping the surface of. So more spreadsheets. Endless spreadsheets. Second wave of raiders. I much appreciate it. I hope you're all having a great day. Coming on in here, watching some Total War. All right, we do got this memory. Can we put it to work on something? Part of me is thinking, like, what if we just do... okay, we need FET if we want to upgrade preliminary meter. Door and wall we could upgrade, though. And we have 3 door and wall lessons. We also haven't committed this anywhere. You know what, man? Let's just do that. We'll start upgrading some of our lessons and seeing if we can't plug them into the tree. Because there's a lot we got to get done there on that front. Ah, and the Mesrine Fife. An essential tool to conjure a wind in waiting. Instrument. Tool. 3 sky. 3 sky on a tool? That's insane. This means with good weather, we can start opening 12 sky books. Like, very easily. If we have 3 from this, we'd have 6 from, say, good weather. 7, 8, 9. From Faust. Plus. 10, 11, 12 from Sky Stories. Yeah. Oh my god, this is huge. This is massive. Clearly, also, we can use this... An instrument. Most of these places allow, like, songs, sounds. Omens is something that, like, we haven't even gone to Omens. Omens, I bet, is some real good stuff. I'm just wondering where we can actually use an instrument for crafting. And I'm not entirely certain of the answer on that. Cool. Well, we can just use it to make Wistful Ear, say, whenever we wanted. It also said we can make something very cool with that. It sounded like maybe some sort of summoned demon. Maybe. This game is about waiting for the right weather, and that's pretty much it. There's probably a winter tool. I know there's a bunch of tools that we haven't been able to make that we just don't know about yet. I'm hoping to figure them all out. You are Horomachistry and Nicodrome on 2. Nicodrome. Okay, so if I upgrade a door and wall again, I could probably put that right there. Which wouldn't be a bad choice. It might even get us shasped. Oh my god. All right. What do I need to upgrade you then? I need 2 memories of either knock or forge. Well, that is not that difficult. Because we just learned how to make one of you. I also need... Hold on a second. I also need my metal. It's half a pitcher, right? Yeah. That's a minute and a half. Okay, so that would be... We could do that. We're going to study a book here. We can also pick up knock. Oh, actually, we knew about this knock recipe before. The 6 Letters of Necessity, which is a moth book, we can also read. Six Letters of Necessity. That'll get us memory. 2 lessons. 1 lesson, 2 memories. And our metal. That'll do. And then we can plug that in and we can get something upgraded. My god. Came back and about to end the game surprisingly early as well, which is why I watched the stream now. And winning with like not the main middle house even fully explored. I mean, yeah, there's like 40 endings or something insane to this game. There's a lot of different ways you can win it, and I guarantee you some of them get crazy. Like Cultist Sim had ways you could beat it that were not that wild, and then they had ways that could beat it that you were like, oh, I'm like opening up the universe. Barely into the basement. I never wait for the weather. At most, it changes my plans. I use it to access something. I think it's 40 endings. It might be 24 endings, but it's still like a lot of endings. Illipy is clearly more interested in occult than aesthetic aspects of the work. By most measures, the rhymes are contrived, the meter inconsistent, the imagery banal. Still, even the worst verses have a compelling quality, and I find myself drumming my fingers on the desk to accompany their rhythm. In the afterword, he discusses mnemonic homometaboly, by which he seems to mean a sort of crafting process where memories, when fed into preliminary meter technique, we know preliminary meter, in the presence of enough knock or rose, can blossom and fissure into more potent versions of themselves. Memories, when fed into preliminary measure with knock and rose, can become stronger memories. With preliminary meter. Well, now I want to upgrade preliminary meter a lot. If I can use that to upgrade memories. Enough knock or rose. This is not a crafting station. I don't know why I'm trying to do this here. Preliminary meter with a pattern of a memory. I have to use any soul. Use a health soul. Scholar level recipe, provide 10 and a suitable ingredient. Keeper level recipes, yada yada yada. There are candles, I believe, that provide knock. Secret threshold. A complex round of rhymes to establish a new foothold. These candles are a little bit rare. They're the only thing I got, though, I think. I have a grail lantern and an edge lantern. I have a bunch of regular lanterns and candles. Lights and memories. That ain't gonna do much to nothing. Okay. We definitely want to try that out, though. I might even just start upgrading preliminary meter. If that's the case. If we can use that to make stronger memories, that's huge, especially with Rose. Rose is something that normally with our FET++, we have like an insane amount of. A natural 4 Rose plus 5 Rose. Any memory I feed in there should give us something good. I know on my second run I'm going to be insanely paranoid. That's the way she goes. So we've read the Skeleton Songs. This is the Grail 4 book. In Arabella's introduction, she explains the book was to be illustrated, but the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustrations still exist somewhere. This book is dedicated to Sir Percival of the Red Cup. The 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, and the 4 regrets. A beguiling memory. Well, that's useful. Beguiling memory. That's a song, right? That counts as 2 Grail, 2 Sky. Where are my notes, man? 2 Grail, 2 Sky. Grail book, Skeleton Songs. We're starting to collect some really good song-related books at this point as well, which is nice. This got us anything interesting? No, this just got us another memory pattern. We can tuck this away with the rest of the Rose books. All right, you're getting us a familiar passage. You are getting us our medal back. I have a health. I should probably use it to drop some water. You were designed to give me a forge memory. You gave me a pattern memory, which sadly I actually didn't need because we got one from something else. Scottish.
Hello, but if you had to pick between an Intel build and M, which would you pick?
Intel. Personally. And I'm not just saying that because they gave me a processor. That processor was a gift. It came with no strings attached. I was an Intel man beforehand, and I'll be an Intel man afterwards. My real answer to that is like, it really depends on what other components you have. I typically buy NVIDIA cards. So I find NVIDIA cards work better with Intel processors. I have a lot less problems when I use an Intel processor with an NVIDIA card. And then I'll match my motherboard to something that also tends to link better with both of them. You got to consider the entire build together when looking at stuff like that. In my experience, at least. Door and wall. I want to get this meter upgraded now too. Big time. Beguiling memory. Grail. The quivering double bass. Any of these music related? Just wondering. Pentiments and precursors. Resurgences and emergences. You can make a beguiling memory, but what if I used a beguiling memory? Excuse me. Using videos are helpful. Very thankful. No problem. No problem. Also depends heavily on what you want to do. I thought there was going to be like 10 ways to complete the game. Not so many. Oh, yeah. Too many. It's almost too many. All right, we can slot this in somewhere. Yeah, I do think it's very helpful to just kind of look at everything as a whole. See what plays well together. Do your research on individual parts. Like I often build things in PC Part Picker just to make sure that like literally the sockets work together. But then it's also like start looking at the individual pieces and seeing how they benchmark with an AMD versus an Intel. If the company specifically has integration, like they are like, oh yeah, we did a deal with Intel to make sure that our stuff worked together well, then like that's generally a good sign to be like, oh, okay, well then an Intel processor should be what I go with here. Or like that part would be good to go with an Intel processor. There's a bit of research to be done around it, but... Shapt. There is a prophecy of a shining city that mortals might build. There is a paradox that a city unbuilt can always be greater than one that exists. The night arts teach this resolution, that the gate to the city must be fashioned from black sapphire and raised in dreams. I don't know what Shat does. It's the only card we haven't had. It's a 2-knock. Eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. Oh man, we about to blow the lid off this mother trucker. Just about to get crazy. Not you. Preliminary meter is what I wanted. Put some shaft in here. Just get another memory from somewhere. We can upgrade preliminary meter. Let's just read that book again, probably. Can I read it with EREB? You can read with anything, can't you? Traveling at Night, Volume 3. With a bit of EREB. Give me a familiar passage. I have enough time for this. I probably didn't need to consider that, but oh my god, Shapt. All game we've been waiting for this. Sure, link to the two builds if allowed. I have a GTX 1060, which isn't part of either, but it needs to fit. I mean, that should fit into any like modern board. If you go without GPU, Intel is definitely the better version. For something more like servers, AMD, it'll be a lot cheaper. Yeah. I think that's a good point. Yeah, depending on what it is that you're looking to do as well, you want to consider that in your build. So many things to do, so little time in the day. Well, the nice thing is that the next day always is right around the corner. And it's almost springtime, which is going to be really great. I don't suppose we have anything that's like grail and nectar. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't have a lesson that worked for them if I did. Actually, yes, I would. Have anything that's grail and nectar? Heart and nectar. Grail. You could upgrade that with the beguiling memory. But then again, what's the rush? Oh man, today's been a really good day for upgrading stuff. Oh my god, and we have knock now as well. Don't we have a drink that gives like a bajillion knock? 6 knock. Any of you need knock? 14 knock to get into that fountain. Hey, you know what? I don't have a card to put in here. Otherwise I could. 14 knock. Dude, I have no idea how we get someone up that high. 2, 6. Oh, I forgot we also have Sacrament Calisate. Collector's Edition. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in Rites of the Red Grail, and unlike the patched version, it has heart rather than grail. Oh, well, now I don't want to use that because they patched it. That's really funny. You have big nectar bonuses. For a drink, we also have pretty good food. We have a current affairs coming in today and a yearly stipend. It's springtime. And she's blowing a gale. You have heart. Well, damn, now I do want to use this. Ruby-wise, I think we know how to make, but... GTX 1060 is a little better with Intel, but it depends on what you do. Gaming, Intel will perform better, rendering same performance from AMD and cheaper. Gets crazy detailed, yeah. Mostly for gaming, yeah. Intel's probably better if you're going strictly for gaming then. And yeah, if you want to look at like streaming as well, like Nvidia is the clear-cut leader in that. The amount of things you can do with an Nvidia card compared to everything else is like it's bananas. Intel i7 4047K, yeah, that's a bottleneck. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the 1060s are still like pretty good. Unless you're doing like ray tracing stuff, you don't really need to upgrade past like the 1060, 70, 80 series. Can't believe this, you're making plus Floss. Plus Floss rules. Are you kidding me? Plus Floss is a super good card. It has Sky and Lantern. Super good. Man's learning his lessons. Oh, I don't know if that's true. Learning my lessons, I'm not so sure about. We just got paid, which means let's go see who's in town. I can get a 1 heart. Mrs. Kill is 1 heart, which is, might as well be no hearts. 3, 6, 12, 13. Can we go down? No. can go into the gaping darkness with 12 heart. The kitchen with 12 heart, or the blackened staff room. I really want to get in one of these 14 rooms. Or like, I really want to open this one up with the 11 forge. One, two, three. We could pump a memory for 4-5. 6-7 with dandelion wine. Might be able to get an 8 with some honey or something. Like there's got to be some sort of 9-10. A tool would get me 11. I could get Denzel to open up this. I could absolutely 100% get Denzel to open that up. Okay, we're going to do that. Let's talk to him with a cheap health. And split the £1 note. You know what also? I've never tried the Rite of Division. You can do a thing called the Rite of Division, and we've never tried it yet. Just got my Fet injured early on. It says I should sleep on it with something to drink, but no drink. Got enough of the right aspect. Do you need to brew something, or how do you cure it? Any beverage will work. So like if you have whiskey, Armagnac, water, wine, you should be able to make Egenbrau pretty cheaply. I think this is like 5 winter to make. 5 winter or 5 moon. If you're down here and you have the well, you can also just spend 1 health here and you get well water. That's the cheapest, easiest thing to do, is just drink as much isle water as you possibly can. And then you need to match whatever aspect is injured it. Trying to future-proof for streaming and gaming. Yeah. Won't be a huge streamer. I just like to try my hands at it when you have the time. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to do it, right? Give it a shot when you have a moment. If +++ Frost exists, I think probably it does, yeah. I think all the elements can probably go up to like 9 steps. Required aspect plus drink. Not all the aspect is in the drink. Egengrau's weird. You can make it with lantern and moth. Well water greater than Egengrau. Yeah, because well water is like super 100% cheap to make. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy. I need a forge memory. Regret. Do any of these give me 2? Foresight. The 6 letters of necessity. You. Can I actually read you at a desk? God, it is too complicated to find a desk that I'm looking for. The 6 letters of necessity with... We'll throw a little moth in there for good measure. Yeah, aspects come from other things. Then I was trying to the injured Fet and a drink, so that's what I did wrong. Yeah, so it'll say when you have an injured thing, it'll also say like it'll show like 7 moth or something on the side, depending on what the injury is. I think they're always, at least the early stuff seems to always be 7. So as long as you mix that aspect up to 7, so you'll put your injured thing here, you'll put your drink here. Doesn't really matter what drink you have. And then like your soul and your skill, find a combination to be like, oh, if it's rose, then like 3 moth from Fet and like, you know, whatever the hell our rose skill is, moth skill is. He says, like he has any idea. Inks of Revelation. So like here, boom, you know, I got 7 lantern, I got 9 moth. That'd be enough to get rid of any moth or lantern infection. Hello, Denzel. Governor, as they call you. Talk. Let's start by giving him my medal, which is actually 3 points. I thought it was only 2. What do we want to give him? I got to get him to 11. Lapsang Souchong. You're 2 forge. Is there any food? Not that I have. Give him a cup of that. How did I say I was getting him to 11? Sorry, hold on. We gotta... Wait a minute, hold up. How did I say I was getting him to 11? Eight with a tool. Which could be the mortar or the spanners. And then I need a +3. I have a memory coming in. That's 2. I could also read the Fallen Cross. I can't give him 2 memories. I have no food that gives forge. Am I for real on that? Nothing spicy. Maybe there's like a flower I can give him, or a light. Probably one or the other. A visitor is interested in the intrusion. Oh, the story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses the moment to experience which to look ahead. So I guess we're not having an incident right now. Now I get the forge lady. She's also Sky. Sky 3, Sky 6, Sky 9, Sky 13. Not a Sky room. Sorry. Sky 10. All right, well, she's probably worth hiring as well. We could do it pretty cheap. Tops out at 9 with all the basic stuff. I feel like we can give him something in that. Ikengrow has 2 aspects. Water has 3. Yeah, you get 2 servings for versus 1. Yeah. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Like, water is the way to go if you have access to it. If you can do it. That's the +2 memory for him. A consultation. Aramaic. Crack track. That's that secret book we found. 10 nectar. Crack track. Oh my god, I only have an iron. Is that going to be enough? If I can't afford that, I'm going to be bummered. 9. For sure. There must be like a lantern candle or something. Oh yeah, look, honey scented candle is 2 forge. So I could do that and get him to 11. You're around for a little bit, so let's see what we can do in the meantime. What madman named a language Crack Track? It's a pretty good language. I think it's a pretty great name. I do just want to see if there's anything else I can do, because if I can give him the tool, I know I can get +1 with the tool, so if I could get him something else, that would be cheap. Oh. There's something I didn't realize. Denzel accepts metal. Which means I can give him orcalium wire. Not exactly what I need right now, but knowing that Denzel accepts something that other people don't. This is another thing, is I know like the nun accepts omens. And I wonder if the consulting engineer also accepts something unique. I bet she does. You know what, man? I'm just going to use this candle. You don't accept candles. You accept metal. You don't accept light. God. Diggity damn it. Am I going to have to give him this orcalium wire? I really don't want to do that. Do we not have any other metal in the whole house? I find that difficult to believe. Amethyst ampules. Blah, 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 blah. What if I put like shaft in here? Secret threshold. What else can I make with that? Also secret threshold. This feels new. Do we know what a secret threshold is? No. We know how to make orcalium wire with knock. I don't know what secret threshold is. I think it's probably a memory, but... My plus metal made it 10, yeah. No spoilers is the policy in general. If I'm looking very specifically for a tip, I'll take it. But otherwise, it's I find the fun of this game is like trying to figure it out, trying to figure out the mystery. Or if there's something like I've very clearly missed over a bunch of times, sometimes someone's been like, "Look at this in more detail." Okay. Sorry, I just got to think about this a little bit. I don't think I have any reliable way to produce metal right now. Right now I'm thinking about giving him the orcalium wire to do this. Because we already have the forge ink. Sky? What did we say we needed sky for? Nothing? Actually, nothing. Oh, no, the weeping chamber. We gave him the 2 forged booze. You know what I probably should have done is I probably should have taken that memory and tried to exalt it with preliminary meter. See if I could have gotten it higher. We haven't screwed around with that yet. Metal element, beverage, memory, sustenance, tool. Collaboration, beverage, memory, tool. Metal and food. It's the only thing I haven't given him. And he doesn't accept candles. God damn, what a waste. Far behind your game of stars, I can see probably a tower. They all seem to be sky, winter in some combination. Most of the towers are, yeah. Sky is pretty heavy up there. I'm going to give it more Callium wire. I know how to make this. It's definitely a little overkill, but I don't want to lose the entire day of giving him things to no success. So I'm going to bite that bullet. I'm going to bite it really hard. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with her 4 and get her to open that room for us. We'll get 2 rooms open today, which is pretty big. View of Florin. And the cool thing is depending on how this goes, I might be able to actually bump her up even higher and unlock a room down here. I doubt any of these lower rooms are going to be sky related, but there's like always a possibility. Illumination and Ilhastry. Do we have those both at 3? Illumination, we do not. So if we upgraded Preliminary Meter one more time, which is not unreasonable to do. In fact, it's extremely simple to do. What effort do you need? You need the shaft. But if I was to read Night 3, which gives us pattern. At, say, this desk. At, say, this desk. We'll spend our health to do that. And then Moon, Book of the Pale Lady. With, we'll say a little tryst. Once those are done, we can upgrade Preliminary Meter and we can sit it into Illumination. You've got that. Let's give you Faust. It's good. I mean, it's making steady progress throughout. Trying going into the woods with different skills and to the beach would be a good idea to see what materials they bring. Yeah, we haven't done a lot of exploring of the woods and beach, but I have noticed that different things do give you different stuff out there. And it seems like you can find some pretty interesting stuff out on those trails. We've unlocked the upper pump room. The pickaxe marks on the walls. Before the Sisterhood came to the Isle, the Romans or the Phoenicians dug these tunnels, scratching in the ground for tin and gold. For centuries, these pumps kept the sea at bay, driven by slaves or votaries who saw the sun one day in 9. When those pumps fell silent, the sea crept in until much later the Curia brought in their own machines to open up the lower levels. This only allows for Prentice level challenges with 2 metal. And it needs fuel. Well, I have paraffin and 2 metal. I'll need apprentice level of forge to jury rig them. Oh. I'll need to provide materials and fuel and apprentice level forge. Okay, so I need 2 metal. And I don't know where to get that. Other cool things we've unlocked. The flooded level. circumstances. The Crystal Chamber. My path is blocked by shining surfaces like curdled light. Dark shapes shift beneath. We can tap away the crystal if we're careful, but we must be careful. 13 Rose, 13 Winter. And then a silent hall over here. The hearth is cold, the floor thick with dust, the walls streaked with niter. Old invocations and forbiddings squeak and whisper like rats. 15 Rose. I think that's our biggest room now. Metal. God damn, dudes. Where am I going to get metal? Isn't water a fuel? It might be. No, it's just a liquid. We have a good bit of fuel around, though. Looked it up quickly. 6 to 8 cores, current sweet spot for gaming. Better GPU, more important than CPU. Editing, rendering, and servers, the more cores, the better. Streaming, NVIDIA stuff is better than CPU encoding. Yeah. I mean, you need a lot of everything to be streaming as part of the problem. You're at 10. None of these were 10, were they? I mean, Sky. They were not. So I don't actually need to buff her anymore. We can just send her up here to the Weeping Chamber. Then we have a couple books coming in, which we can use to upgrade our preliminary meter, which we can then use to start upgrading memories. Sure. You, and you. Upgrades that. This will also unlock another element of the soul for us, which is fantastic, because we might be able to do something like get a Wist Plus, or a Shasp Plus, or those would be probably the most useful right now. We got a bit of stuff sticking around. Can we, before nightfall hits, pop in a little manual labor? And then, I don't know, do we have like a moth book or anything that needs... Man, I didn't even use the Mazarine Fife on that lady. So with her base 4, we can get her to base 13. With just what? Weather, Frost, and the pipe. Super valuable. So, preliminary meter. Frost. So this would give me a plus Frost. I don't love it. Can I also put that in Skelisophy? No, Ilhastry. One of us passed the summit, one may not. 2 of us sought the lanterns, 2 chose flight. The 7th rarely named, but not forgot. This is illumination. I'm not keen on that. I might actually just save that and upgrade it again. At this point, I mean, I got lessons. I have a lesson, I should say. Want a quick interface tip? Yeah, sure. Internet is an important thing a lot of people forget about. How did you come across an ending so early? There's meant to be a trail of clues. I accidentally walked past the last part. I mean, did you just get to this place? Because this is technically reaching this as one of the endings. I think that hurricane just started hitting. If my power goes out, apologies in advance. You know, when we have some stuff here, we should probably do a little craft. Let's think. Named a riddle, 3 moth, 2 knock memory. We could do some moth crafting. We could do... You know, I really have not done a lot of rose crafting. Strange as that sounds. Damn, it is coming down out there. You're 3 rows. You're 4 rows. These allow memories, cooperative creatures, and blanks. These allow pigments. Pigments, you say? Such as ichor or rural. This guy here, he's approaching the Chrysalis Crossroads. I feel like if we use this guy with a bunch of moth, we'd probably be able to get him into something else. I, in fact, feel pretty strongly about that. When you take a people in hand, the rooms they can unlock right now are highlighted. Saves a lot of clicking. Oh, good. That's nice to see. Oh, speaking of people, let's learn Crack Track. Everyone's favorite language. Yeah, the new updates they made with the UI are like quite good, quite helpful. Only other guy on the wiki discovered it, I believe. One other guy on the wiki, just searching for this one specific part. Kind of want to know how it's meant to be found. Interesting. Oh my god, we finally found the pigment room, I think. Yes, look at this. Made of wood. Wood tools. What is this? A gull scry workbench. Souls, skills, memory. I can actually put tools in both slots here. We also have a magnificent green cockatoo who's cooperative. Some red paint. Some blue paint. A big egg. An ostrich egg, a crocodile egg, surely neither. And a gull's egg. Well, I obviously want to hatch that. Can we throw the paint down in the paint room? Answer is, of course, yes. Can't wait to find a use for all that paint. Valentine's room. This is the second last Baron. In his youth, Baron Valentine inclined to religion, and he made pilgrimage to holy sites on the continent. After he made his final pilgrimage to Fermier Abbey, the dreams began, of blood seeping from the earth, of a vast and pulsing wheel crushing the temples of men, and, which troubled him most, of twisted birds shrieking in pain, growing like fruits in the branches of an ancient yew. The Howling Chamber. Look at this crazy thing. Great chunks have been torn from the walls of this room. The wind roams like a trapped beast, battering to and fro. Giant cage. I think probably one of the busts we're missing is at the top of this. I'd put good money on that. A green cockatoo, red paint, and blue paint. Can you get a red or blue cockatoo that way? That's a good question. Good question, good question. I'm thinking, because we're going to be tutoring on Crack Track all day, it's pretty unlikely we're going to be able to unlock any rooms. So I think we just pull that out of our minds. And we see what skills we can't upgrade. Ultimately, I would love to get the Inks of Power jacked up. Especially considering we have that FET++. Like, I know if we can get that to 6, we should be able to write something. About to be dawn, so I'm not going to queue up any work, I don't think. One thing also I'm just thinking we've never really done is the mirrors. We have rain, grail, and nectar. Interesting. Now that we have knock memories, I wonder what we couldn't do in here. Beer day lenses. I can grow. Beer day lenses. It's probably going to be everything we can make out of that. The Tryst we might be able to do. Not Tryst. E-Reb? The hell is winter? Fet? What is winter? Whist. God. There's more Egan Grow, I guess. I would have thought there'd be some interesting stuff specifically in the mirrors, such as oral contemplations. Dawn and sunset. Mega Fiend mystery. Greater plagues might not be cured, only bound. Perhaps the Watchman's paradox? That makes Tanglebrag. Again, not really what I'm going for here, but... Alright. We know with Grail and Nectar, we actually have done very little Grail crafting. We've only ever made a Beguiling Memory. And we do know that Grail is in charge of the kitchen. I'm ready, but for what? Witching to Sane we can make. Oh, that's good to know. I bet that means if I use Witching to Sane. Here where the sea sounds, I can make a tide touched to Sane. Or for a scholar level recipe, if I soak fabric in the brew, I can twist it into a grailful little cloth doll. You think that's the pale moment? Fabric. That's so hard to do because the only place that accepts fabric is the loom. And the loom doesn't accept Grail. Question. If I was to loom with the rights of the root, maybe, and some health plus, Ugal ink, Regan Gergbarb, or Lethe. Could we maybe craft with Lethe? It's nice because we can use flowers in the kitchen, which is something I never really thought about doing before. Which gives us all sorts of different options, but... right now it just makes us more Lethe, whatever it's called. Damn. Fabric into Grail. I'm fairly certain that's just gonna make that doll. Especially considering it's a Grail 4 doll. So I guess one of my questions would be like, what if we used this in here? Just shocking that it even fits, because this all requires other combinations. None of which really play into what this is asking me for. Yeah, like it doesn't share any common elements. What about this desk? What does this desk do? The Nocturnary. We never use this place. It's a Skelesafi desk. Substance and Shadow. This is Grail. Liquid Omen Fatigue. Wood Pigment Devices. Well, you could use that with an E-Reb and a C story and some Witching to Sane and a Memory of Rain. Oh, that is so close. That's so close. I don't have anything else that does 4 Grail, do I? I really don't think I do. 2, 1. I mean, we could upgrade him. We'd be just as well upgrading the C stories, though. Well, arguably. I mean, you're locked in and committed. You're not, which means I have possibilities to use you elsewhere. All right, let's do this. Let's figure out how to upgrade this guy then today. All I really need is a memory, a Grail or a Moon memory, both of which are pretty easy to do. Skeleton songs. Where are my skeleton songs? It's a Grail book. I do not remember putting skeleton songs away. Oh no. Where did you go? Are you in use somewhere? At this point, a find button would be valuable. Kill for a find button. Started reading a book. Maybe it's still on the desk. None of my desks are in use. That was one of the ones we pulled out of here. You're not in use. You're not in use. You're not in use. You're not in use. We also have all these cursed books that I feel like we actually are probably strong enough to start breaking. In fact, I'm almost certain we're strong enough to start breaking all of those books. I can't believe this. Grail book, skeleton songs. This is where I wish all the books were just the same damn color as like their element. I mean, maybe it is in use. Seem to enjoy Librarian Simulator. I have been enjoying it a lot. I have no doubt about that. Whatever. Okay, we don't necessarily need... Because I can also make a moon memory instead. And so we can just do that. Salt moon to a pale lady. Let's just use you. Let's just use you. Have I checked the late fees? I mean, we're the librarian, so I think we're pretty much in charge of that. disciplining ourselves. We have one more day on this, and then we're going to go to Starfield on Friday for a brief look. And then we're going to be going to RimWorld next week. I'm putting together a very fun RimWorld playlist that I'm super excited about. And I think it'll be a hoot. Do cursor books do anything when laying around, or do you need to read them to trigger the curse? You need to read them. Sometimes, when you catalog them, they also seem to curse you. At least 7 knock. Do I have a tool that does knock? I don't. If I did, an 8 book would be very simple. Here's my salty memory. So you, with you, and any of these, we'll take chore. And we'll get that skill up to level 3. I mean, I would really love to know where that skeleton thing is. The 5th eye curse, 7 heart. And I guess has to be... You're now level 3. I got a question. If I just... Oops. Can I just hurt you out? You can remove it with a skill that's effective. Oh, right. It needs to be a skill that's effective against curses. Right. That's the other half of this. And sadly, this does not light up. Neoplastic contamination, infestations. Corruption. Corruption, infestations, theoplastic, tuned to Faust, corruption, theoplastic. Do we have a book that cures curses? Wow, actually we don't. Huh. This is an infestation that I could cure with 7 moth. Now, I did see quite a few infestation-related books. And in fact, you are moth-related. I think the thing here is I need to make a 10 grail and 7 moth at the same time, and that becomes a lot more tricky to do. Just found my first book and I cannot deal with it, so I was thinking about just burning it. I mean, I've literally just been building a library of cursed books over here. They are wildly out of control at this point. Keeper skin. Which is a contamination. Tenic Theoplasma with 4 lantern. Now, actually, you kind of seem like maybe I could get you. We've got Crack Track. We have 1 book that does that. So I would like to see this because I feel like we could do this. Yeah, they really need to work in highlightable curses would be really smart. Herbs and infusions. Here we go. No, that's corruption. Hill and Hollow is infestations. Again, not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Theoplastic contamination. There. You and you. if you provide at least 7 forge. So it should be this guy then, with like a metal and a forge memory I could do. If I did a 2 forge, the 6 letters of necessity. This book. Which I never seem to have the right desk nearby to read. God, gee, Jiminy Jillikers. And I'll spend a low-level Faust on this. No, I won't. I will spend a low-level Fet. You're supposed to hide cursed books for curious teenagers or world-weary old professors can find them, not burn them. I like the way you think. I could not agree more. And what if I just like... I can't craft here. Scholar level recipe, carve the song into wood to enchant an instrument. That's for wistful air. I think the funny thing is that I can't use this in any of those places, which seems bizarre. Something clearly just completed, but I couldn't tell you what it was. Impulse memory for moth. What? That's not what that got me before. It just unlocked a different memory for me. Did I read the wrong book? Did I read the Shaven Lock Tantra? I must have. What a fool I am. New room? No, because we're not cracking open any rooms right now. Today was meant to be a research and crafting day. Looks like the game should let you resize the boxes. Left and right size. I mean, you can resize these boxes. And you can resize the entire UI all at once. For the other curse that needed 7 moth. Too many curse books. Didn't this guy require moth? No, he required forge. 7 nectar. Oh, this one's actually good. So this is keeper's skin. So we need... That's contamination. Oh. 7 contamination. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. I have an ink? Ugal ink? Doesn't that do? Sure does. Sure does. Sure does. Sure does. We can do this. We can do this tomorrow. With a health plus and my herbs and infusions, we can purge the contamination from this nectar book. I'll get started on it right away. There's my memory of foresight. Now, can I manage to do lantern and forge at the same desk? Lantern and grail? The answer is, of course, no. But I don't know that I need all of them. But I do need lantern. Or I do need moth, right? Moth? Sorry. Forge. You could give me that, and I could use you. I can't use you. No. That's 5, so... God damn it. You don't count as a desk. 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 I don't think I have a forge desk. Do I? I do not. Oh, you count as an instrument. Oh, that's fun. Hup, 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 hup. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just thinking. Thinking quietly. A man is arrested months after finding a bag full of $5,000 in cash in a parking lot. Your Honor, these charges are spurious given the precedent established by the 1873 Supreme Court ruling in Finders Keepers versus Losers Weepers. First part, actual news. You can get arrested for finding 5K. I mean, it depends on how you spend it, I guess. I think the thing is you have to report it if you find it. And then the cops have to hold on to it in case somebody claims it. And then they have to mysteriously lose it in the evidence vault. I think that's the way things are meant to work. Yeah, I think if you find 5K, you can just keep it. Forge. I mean, I do have forge through other means. If I have a desk with lantern and knock, maybe. Okay, you guys just can't put the desks together, can you? Can't make it easy on anybody. Yeah, I mean, I can get 3 there. 5, 6, 7, 8. None of the desks have forge, so I really just don't think there's any way that I can crack him. I'm just thinking through some steps right now and seeing what I can craft. If I add metal to this, I can make... Yes, we know that one. Bitter black, bitter black. Bitter black. Bitter black. Wait a minute. Your bells. Memory. Something tells me if I use the bells card with 10 bells, is there another memory we have that gives 2 forge? 1 forge. 2 moon, 2 rose, 2 sky, 2 winter, 2 knock, 2 moth. No, I can get 1 forge from a touch memory. There's a couple of clues from books as well that I've been wanting to investigate. Things that we've picked up. I think I'm gonna have to put this cursed book back for a little bit. This one we can do, at least. I know that. See aspects without hovering, without the need to click. Yeah, some sort of thing like holding down Alt, you know, would show like these symbols above, like on top of the card or something like that. That would be one of my biggest, like, please, sir. This would make a world of difference. Now, if we go to this desk with this cursed book and a health plus and herbs and infusions, which is good at getting rid of contamination, which is what this has. It has a keeper skin contamination, and we use Ugol ink. Keeper skin is persistent, but this has its weaknesses. And we can treat the keeper skin corruption. Interestingly enough, this is showing me that I do not need to have the same amount to read it as I do to get rid of it. Edge and forge. Is there a desk with edge and lantern? Edge. Lantern. Am I using it? Lantern. Yeah, no shot. Just trying to think, like, the different memories combined together. All I need is 7, though. What about Edge and Moth? It's still going to be a no, but... Edge and Grail, Edge and Moon, Edge and Winter. I said never what I'm looking for. How is it that that combination I can't get at any of these desks? I find that absurd. Take counsel with the Seas. Well, obviously Sea Story here makes sense. You're gonna give me something that says take counsel with the Seas. Let me just see what the weather is. I'm now just starting to like piece things in to be like, does this belong here? Could this belong here? My memory's useless. Okay. You have enough for apprentice level Rose, but it's not actually giving you anything. What about other Rose cards? Confounding Parable. Salt Sign. Salt Sign. Okay. This is clearly something. That Confounding Parable. We could read the Locksmith's Dream here and get one of those. All right, hold on. Let's slow down a second. I have a Sunny card, which is Lantern and Sky. Sky is up there. Lantern, I don't think is anywhere anymore. We got to see who's available for hire. I'm going to use a basic level chore for that. By law, to return anything, including money with a value over £10 in Germany. If it's not claimed within 6 months, it can return to the finder. You can claim 3 to 5% of the value for retrieval. Not complaining is in fact theft and will be punished as such. We need more desks. Yeah, this is, I'm literally thinking about, like, how do I crack open some more rooms? The Invisible Opera. It's a phonograph. I'm not going to buy that. We still haven't found the phonograph player. Almost definitely up here. I can't imagine it being in the jail or the basement, so it's probably in this tower. Keeper's pin contamination has been removed. Right. Oh, how nice. I also received some phosphorescent scrapings from removing that keeper's skin. That is fantastic news. Those are really useful for nectar things, which I now need. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can read you. Add a nectar desk. Boop, boop, boop. Look at that. We cured our first book and are going to read it. And this, I'm thinking if we do the confounding parable. Because we can also upgrade the confounding parable to a, what was it? Not a name day riddle. Yeah, my notes are becoming a mess at this point. There is, I think it's enduring reflection if we use Path and Pilgrim. I'm also quite curious, you know what, because I'm... it said preliminary meter could be used to upgrade memories. And we haven't done that with anything. So I'm just going to take the locksmith stream. This one. We're going to give it a quick study with a little twist. Get us a memory and see if we can't do anything. That's right, we also have crack track, which is 10 nectar. We have a nearby fugitive whose scale. Ooh, okay. Scale, scale, scale. That would be our health plus. He has 4 scale. I think we have a drink here, which gives a crazy amount of scale. Lethe gives 2. Damn, I thought we had better than that. We have a tool for +1 scale. A bunch of the rooms down here, a room down here is 14 scale. So I guess the question is can I get him to 14 scale? Edge or heart? Oh, man. Heart would probably be easiest. None of these go well with sun. Like how Ruby Wise is a heart on it, but what it actually gives us Grail. We do have the Sacrament Callicite, so we could get a drink to 6. That would put him at 10, right off the top. I hate to use it, but I'd consider it. That'd give him 13, 14 with the kitchen bowl. Biggest room we got is 15. Oh, none of those rooms are hard though. God damn it. 12, 12, 11. Can I get him to 11 or 12 without using the good stuff? I mean, for sure we can get him +2 from drink. We can get him +1 from onions. I don't know what criminals accept. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11 with a tool. All right, let's hire him. But you need to pay taxes on it. Finding in something and giving out a hint on a crime was not committed. Someone else can by law, but not taxed, since it's not planned or influenced by the person who collects the reward. A fine system. I'd like to know what else you accept. Nothing interesting. River sustenance tool elements. God damn it. All right, I think hurt's the best option here. I think it's the best option, but I want to be clear that I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Canned ham is 2 hurt. Any of these boozes a reasonable amount of hurt? 2 ones. Eggs. Tea. Most of that's Grail. So I think I'm going to use the Ruby Wise Ruin as well with him. And we can use, I think it's the kitchen bowl is hurt. So that's 12. The kitchen? Or the gaping darkness? This clearly has a workbench. Bookshelves. Some ink. Can't get high enough to do any of the other things. The kitchen's obviously going to have kitchen stuff in it. I don't think it's necessarily going to be any different than the kitchen that we already have. It will probably unlock both of those levels, which I am curious about. Blah. Blah. We have our confounding parable. Which I was doing here for sea stories. I really thought we would have gotten other things in here. If I can trace the sign with light, I can wring a rosy essence from the air. We've done this before. We're getting nowhere here. We're getting absolutely nowhere here. We're going around in circles. Little moon essence. Sorry, you're not moon essence. Are any of you moon essences? You are not. What about the guys up here? No, good to me. It's only pigments and cats. What about I want to get you unlocked. How do we do that? I need moth. Something tells me we can figure him out. Regret and recrawl. It's got to be a section that allows me to use a cooperative animal. So, clearly not you. You allow for cooperative, and you allow for moth. This should be fun. I think we can get this little guy to evolve into something. Who is my moth card? I can't ever remember. Weaving and not working. Tanglebrag. If I work with a memory, I'll get a riddle instead. A name day riddle. Surely something else has moth. Oh, the Inks of Revelation. Moth gold. If I replace the confounding parable with a moth memory, a moth to memory, such as an impulse memory from the Shaven Lock Tantra, which we'll study with... What am I doing here? Heart. Yeah, we've already done that. So I'll throw the E-Reb in here. I think this should work. At least I certainly hope so. You know, we've never actually just tried talking to this larva. Which might be what we actually have to do instead. What am I doing here? Good question. Let me know if you find out. Let's give you some pig. We have sunny. Plus the sky. Plus a Foss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could do a 10 sky very easy. Which somehow I've not crafted before. Sorry, one moment. Hell are all my sky stories? Ascendant Harmony. Sky stories with that makes Ascendant Harmony. What else? Wistful Ear. Okay, well, Ascendant Harmony sounds particularly useful. Because I don't think we've ever made one of those. And if I can just make them for free. You. Do you accept? You do. Oh, you don't accept pipes, though. Right, I have to do this at a desk. Sorry. Sunny. Or the confounding parable would work here. Sky stories, the pipe. Fost. Scholar level. Actually, I think I can just use regular Fost. No, I need to use Fost++. All right, let's try this. I want to see what it does. And you have conquered Honey, the comprehensive guide. Transformation and liberation is more theme friendly with moth larva. It does have a moth on it. You are right. Haddington insists that all primary aspects, nectar, scale, lantern, heart, goth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. There are only 6 primary aspects, as a honeycomb only has 6 angles. Ugal ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is skin shuck mead. And only skin shuck requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so the garden is improved with the presence of bees. Skin shuck mead is very valuable. Insects and nectars. Well, that sounds like it could also be pretty good for evolving a moth. Skin shuck mead is made with honey. Honey and what? Can I put anything in here? No, I literally don't have a soul that fits here right now. You're going to drink that. That's going to get you to 12. Nectar lessons probably do miracles with bees in the garden. Yeah, we don't, this is one problem I have is I never really pick my garden as often as I should be. I also need my hearts or chore in order to do it. You've got an impulse memory, which is moth. Which I was going to use with him. Up top. This game is great at making you completely lose any idea of what you were doing. Pigment. These pigments are also liquids. Asmel, which is... Do we have some of that here already? That's not this one, is it? Oozalt, orpiment, polythyrene. Oh, Asmel is the one that looks like one of these beakers. And it's really high in lantern. But I'm trying to do a keeper level challenge here. Where inks of revelation are clearly not what I want. Create smoldering essences. Do we have a pigment that does moth? No. I don't think I have what I need to hatch him right now. You don't accept pigments. You don't accept pigments. You accept pigments, but you don't have forge. I'm trying to think of like where I can use bitter black salts. To make something better. If I add liquid but retain this much forge, the essences will take longer to cool and redden into something more potent. If I add a liquid. Iotic essence, okay. Which we've made this before. Though we don't have any on hand. Bah. Bah. Just trying to make everything at once is the problem. All right, we have all this shapped. I have a bit of rose. You're making that. We're making our weird instrument-based thing somewhere. This guy's got 12. I think we're going to send him into the kitchen. Try to see if we can't unlock some more food. Insects and nectar. We now have the hive, the nest, and the chrysalis are the 3 secret principalities of the lesser world. Moon with you. Well, hold on. Midnight marks. I mean, that's not useful. Confounding parabel. If I had a pigment that was like 3 moon. Which I for sure don't. This only accepts pigments? Pigments and memories. God. I do have a couple of moon-based memories here, along with a lesson in moon. So perhaps we take this opportunity instead to advance a moon card. Perhaps even a ranoscopy. If I keep my tryst and I pick up any old moon or sky card. Finding parables we have. Salt is 1 knock, 1 moon. We don't have that one. Book of the Pale Lady. We'll use our Fost. Keep that aside. And I think what I want to do is I want to try to talk to this guy. And see what he gives me. He might give me a really nice clue. Or he might just be like, feed me, I'm hungry. We've created an Ascendant Harmony. 4 sky. Oh, man. Okay, that's great. So sky 10. This is a big one. Sky 10 with this makes Ascendant Harmony, which is 4 sky, 2 lantern. And it's a song. Needs instrument. Four sky. You know what? That's enough to upgrade that too. Starting to get to the point that the music is really getting us some interesting combinations of things we can make. The jail kitchen. There's no hours at Brankrug, Collier used to say, even before he was governor of Brankrug Jail, where he was only secretary vigilant of the Curia. By way of reminder, the hands were confiscated from every timepiece within the prison walls. The warders could still rely on the chimes of the great clock in the Abbey spire, but it did make life harder for the cooks. That's very funny. Miskissed water. A kitchen range. With a couple different elements, I think, on it. Another set of bowls. Flour. Elderflower cordial, Augengrau, blackberry jam, rosehip jam. We have a ravaged cellar at 13 with a bunch of keep out signs. And we actually don't have an up. This is only down. So, all right, I'm very interested in that because it locks out 2 rooms. Too much to see, too much to do. Here's our iotic essence. Pigment, a liquid, and a fuel. Still no way to make metal. Which I need to turn on that pump. You have a memory of salt, which we no longer need, but I'll take it anyway. We're going to use the Tryst with a lesson, and boop, bop, beep. Boop. That is also going to be a level 4 that we can put in somewhere to get us another element of the soul. Do the elements on the tables do anything? They tell you what you're allowed to put into these slots. So I can't play a card in any of these unless it has one of those elements. Fear memory. Well, that is useless to me. He's going to want an egg. Probably. Didn't I just find an egg somewhere? Up here? A gull's egg? Oh, no, you don't want that. Oh, it can't be an egg. It has to just be food. Well, ain't that a first? You'll actually just accept something like this pumpkin. Let's get him back on our side. Angry little thing. I know, its sound effect is very good. Orniscopy. Now. Hit up the Tree of Wisdom. This guy can go in Horomachistry and get us a Fet. Or it can go in Hushery and get us a Tryst. Neither of these things do I love. There's a lot of thunder going on outside right now. Hushery. For a Fet, which is Moth and Rose. Moon, Moth, Rose, Moon, and Sky. Or it's... Oh, no, sorry. That's Moth, Rose, Moon, and Sky. This is... Moth, Moon, Moon, and Sky. Okay, so it fits better in Hushery. Do we have a Hushery Moon desk? Oh, my least favorite part, finding Hushery desks. You are a Moon Hushery desk. So, you're going here. It's another basic card that we can do for some basic things. We need another Tryst card and able to like actually mix it with anything, but I was really hoping for a Whist. But, you know, take what I can, I guess. I don't suppose there's anything I can do with you guys. Moths and roses. Some moth crafting, maybe? At maybe an altar? Five moth. I mean... A silvery moon ink. What is that? Where lets me build ink? You allow for liquid. Not you. You. And you. And any kind of liquid, which means water. Asmel. I don't have this on hand. Well, we might as well. I suppose we might as well. Interesting. Okay, I just noticed Crack Track actually gives us 2 nectar, which means that this book is only really an 8 nectar book. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can craft that right now. This is the cool secret hidden book that we found by using a special thing underground. Ugal ink. Health plus. Crack Track. Crack Track. And Rights to the Roots. Dope. I can't wait for that. That's going to be something cool for sure. And we just got rain, man. Okay, so we could have actually cracked a 12. Well, a 12 crack track at least. The larva is happy again. We are short on lessons. I think we need to start looking at books again. Probably that means. But we also need to start hiring people on a more regular basis. Otherwise, we're just sitting on money. Honey. I love when it's raining inside and outside. Nectar and Grail. Grail. Grail 11, Grail 12. Mrs. Kill is 2 Grail. Five Grail. 6 Grail. 7 Grail. 8 Grail. With one of these objects. More than 8 Grail. That it's 11 Grail right there. If I use that. Coco is 2. Alright, we could just hire her. Ah, Asmel, of course. How could I forget this ink? We had like 5 vials of it. In fact, there's one on the table right here, not being used. And I just forgot it was there because it was hard to see. This is our moon ink. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Vac? Don't we speak Vac? We do. What do we need for that? I've got 5, 6, 7, 11. That's not even with a memory. Consulting engineer is Sky, Forge, and Lantern. I think let's pop in and get Mrs. Kill for a shilling. I could maybe do her. Let's think about it. Hold on. We got nectar full flowers. Seaborn, Tide-drawn, mendicant sister, witch lover. The House of the Moon will always have its messenger, though its messenger is different each time, in eye and flesh and heart. Fights, feasts, posterns, loopholes set down against the advent of eternity by powers favoring imperfection and impermanence. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game. But the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. The Twiceborn. How do I become the Twiceborn? Newman, loopholes. When eternity came into the world, certain prudent powers arranged loopholes. The House of the Moon, the persistence of possibilities, the right to vengeance. In the right history, these loopholes will open again. Write a truth in a book that no one reads, then drop dead. No one knows what you wrote unless the truth is Newman. Noumena are truths so powerful that they tentatively believe themselves. You can use Newman to write a new history at a suitable desk if you can assemble 25 of a matching aspect. Wow. So this says it's a persistent memory, but that means it'll disappear when Numa comes. But I guess I could get that back at any time by just reading the book again. Does this mean I have a 5 Moth Moon knock memory that I can just use at any time for crafting? I have to test this. Hold on. Oh my god. That's insane. 5 knock, 5 moon, 5 moth on a memory. The Twiceborn. I mean, this has to do with the Ugal tree for sure. Or the yew tree. Queen and palace who feeds all comers. Right? Like it's at an altar of the knot. Oh, the mysteries. Now we're starting to get into the good stuff. This is where the weird cult stuff starts. Like, this is when you stop being a librarian and you get into the cool shit. 25 of any of those aspects. I have Moon 7 and I have Moth 7 ink. Tris Plus is 3 Moon. Inks of Revelation are Moth. 25. At a desk. Like, I'm just doing the math on this right now. You got moon ink here, don't you? Yeah. I'd need a paper with 7. And even our most unique paper is like 1, 2. I mean, maybe the journal has to be the paper in this case. Even still, we're only at 18. That would need to be busted so much higher. Getting 25 in an aspect is crazy. I need to grail up the midwife, is what I said we were going to do. Now we're getting culty. Now we're big time getting culty. That's cool. This is the first, like, real secret we've found in the game. Use a Newman to write a new history at a suitable desk. If you can assemble 25 of an aspect, man, that's crazy. So I'd like to do this. If we could achieve this, I would consider that to be like a very successful run of the game. Obviously a little bit better if we can do the twice born, but I got no idea. I got no clue what that means right now, so I think that's a little bit unlikely. You're committed. You're committed. You're not. I guess we don't really have like two of any aspect except health. This guy's attuned to health. We can't use you down here, can we? I'm sorry, can I? I can use my weaving and knotworking and both my health cards at this altar and get a ++ health card. Not sure what I've been doing. Not getting that done. This crystal chamber is really cool, and I'm very curious about what's on the other side of it. Wing cave is 12. You're 11. So the question is how high can I boost you right now? I could give you that tool, that doll. There's a drink here, hot cocoa. Gets you to 9. None of this food gives Grail. Well, that booze does, though. Oh, no, blackberry jam. Your food. So I can do that, and I can get you right to 11. You might as well. Oh, we might as well do that. That's the cheapest way to do it without getting rid of the good stuff. I'm sorry, this one is 12. Give her the spice scales. All right, we'll send her to 12 then. I'm always pretty much going to take whatever the most expensive option is, so. The tale in my starting diary is the cartographer, which is a horomachistry thing. And we've managed to pin the lantern history. For whatever the hell that means. Twice born could be another tale. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know what? It's probably like a moth. If you start with like a moth mystery, you're probably a different memory. I imagine moth is twice born, because that's kind of like what moth's thing is. Now, my only problem with this is it's only going to unlock this cave, which TBH doesn't look like it's got a lot in it. It's not going to unlock any other rooms. This cellar I can't do. This staff room, on the other hand, will unlock 2 rooms. Hup, 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 hup. Yeah, we got her to 12 though. It's almost nighttime. I'm just thinking, with the Mazarine 5 and a Fuss plus 6. This only needs 11. I feel like perhaps we could have the priest open that for dirt cheap. What am I doing? I should be like picking flowers or talking to bees or something. Oh, I need scale. So I can only pick bees with heart. Summer and autumn are vegetables. Moth orchids in the spring. History plant in the summer. Sea holly. Cat's claw in spring. Let's pick a bit of that. Probably already have it, but... She is Sky. Oh, if I'd hired her... It's obviously too late for it now. But if I hired her with Faust and the Fife... She'd do that for no other pay. I don't know, man. I feel like an 11 room, though, at this point. Knowing that I can do base 6 that easy. I don't know if there's any food or drink that gives Sky. No, not really. You've unlocked the Smuggler's Den. A couple packages. In the last years of the 18th century, the DeWolf line ended and the estate lay empty. Enterprising smugglers spread rumors of the ghosts that walked the island and quietly brought their tea, brandy, and tobacco in through the old mines on the seaward side of the isle. But the remnants here are much newer than the 18th century. Perhaps after the Curia took possession, they permitted the smugglers to use this place. Ambrose Westcott did love his baccy, so... Perhaps even the Suppression Bureau found the smugglers useful enough to turn a blind eye. This is baronial, which is surprising. Some good Grail booze, knife booze, lantern, bottled candle. Yeah, this room sucks. I mean, a bit of good booze, but that's about it. We'll take a Faust and we'll crack open this package. Maybe that will be worth it. And then, gone. Start by seeing who's out there. Sunny. So that's Sky as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I guess it would be easiest if we just had someone we could hire. Have you found a good way to make food yet? I'm at endgame and have yet to figure it out. We recently just discovered how to make skin shuck mead. But in general, my answer to that question would be no. I do know that Molly counts as food, which is something you can pick. I think in Numa. So is it a reliable way to make food? No. But it is a way to make food. You can get honey from the bees if you have health. If you're careful. And then I did discover... What was the clue that it said? Skin shuck mead requires honey. So that's about all we learned about it. So I wanted to see whether or not Ugal ink. What if I went with like heart in here instead? Or habitate. I wonder if water... I think there's a bit of extra water over here that we didn't pick up yet. There's some way to make mead. It's confounding parable. It's for habitate. Ink. Can't craft with languages. Cheerful ditties. Regensburg bomb. I'm assuming this is probably 10 nectar, and I just don't have enough of it. Like if I used that and say ascent memory. No, that's just lethe. Well, somehow honey can make you skin suck mead. Haven't figured it out. Molly is food. Yeah, they eat the roots. So it actually doesn't count as a flower. It counts as a root. All right. Today. Let's maybe read some books with our loopholes. I found a skull in that package. That was it. That's a bit disappointing. The insect skill. Insects and nectars. I mean, we probably should upgrade him if we can. He'd be a good one to upgrade. Also, Nicodramy. I want to read some books. We have this incredible loophole shenanigan right now. So I'm starting to be like, what can we do to bust stuff wide open? We have a lot of moth. 8. Plus that ink. Isn't that also moth? No, that's moon. This is moon 5. This is moon 5. Are there any moon books we haven't tackled? You're moon 16, written in Fusine, which I don't think we have. No, this is one of the few languages we're missing. You're winter 10. Winter 8. That's all winter sky. Moth 12. Moth 12. In Greek? That seems doable. I might not even need this loophole. I absolutely don't need that loophole. I could just get a memory somewhere else. If we got a 2 moth memory, such as the Shocklock Tantras. With, let's just say a whist. And we must have a tool that gives us moth. Yeah, the shears. Or the bong. The snoodle. Okay. Here's an opportunity. A passing by musician whose sky, rose, and nectar. Four, 8, 13, or 15. What's the best stuff we could do here? I could get him a confounding parable or the upgraded confounding parable, probably. For 3. We have a tool that does 1. Ruby Wise gives 2. Any of her food? Rose Hip Jam gives 2. Okay, so that's 2, 4, 8, 12, 13 with the tool. 14, 15 with a confounding parable. That's the Silent Hall. We're going to need a confounding parable, though. Locksmith's Dream. That is 2 rows, right? Yeah. There's the skeleton songs. Okay, so it obviously just got stuck behind something. Because clearly it was there the whole time. Which is a little infuriating, but we'll get over it. We'll read that. So, we're going to pump you with Rose. And then we're going to break this book with Moth. Do I haven't accidentally burned? No, it's my tryst. Steps. A room and a 12 book in one day is going to be pretty powerful. We also have some bees coming in. Rose. It's the lunar globe. What do we say? Rose Hip Jam. And Ross Craig and whiskey? Thought I said I was going to give him something better than that. Honey. So that does just give us honey. We have a lot of that. Here my moth book. This is my moth desk. Actually, it's not. So I'll take this first before we go any further. Oh yeah, the confounding parable, that's right. Moth book. Memory of Impulse. Tryst. Inks of Revelation. Shears. Nailed it. Was there a better rose tool? I don't think so. I think it's the booze. I think it's a rose booze that I needed. Which, I mean, that's bringing him to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Honestly, the Ross Craig and whiskey, I think, is enough. Locksmith's Dream we're done with. I think that's plenty. 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as he is, in fact, at 11 right now. Which he is, so yeah. Perfection. I love how much you have to wine and dine people. There's actually something like really funny about that. Oh, I really need somebody to dig out this Eldritch temple underneath my house. Is there any chance you have a free hand? Like, they get so many aspects by the end of it, from everything all combining together. Whew. And we still haven't used our sunny day. Not that I even really know what to put it on at this point. You got 15 rows. This is a 15 rows haul. I'm correct in that. Yes, yes. Let's get it. Huge. And that book is being researched? Yes. 12 moth. Bone chest kits. Hot damn. The proverbial footloose gathers travelers in a woods and leads them through but abandons them part way. They find themselves beset by glorious monsters. The travelers discover they can survive if they close their eyes. They adopt a closed eye as their sign, and that they can go unnoticed if they drink from clear, cold streams. They never forget the proverbial footloose, the centipede, but they never forgive her either. Sacra Limine. Gotta be completely honest, I was not expecting a new lesson at this point. Not a lot of moth that we've read. Prophetic Parable, your sky. Sunny, your sky. Do we have any sky stuff we could do with maybe one of these lessons? Sky and nature, or sky and moth? Who has nature? Drums and dances is nature. It doesn't look like it. Maybe moth? No, no, no. I hate having to let weather go to waste. You're Sky and Moth. Never mind, let's use you. I guess we'll do that. Start upgrading this. The rites of an order of immortals who try to remain apart. The rites touch on the secrets of the hours of the Mansis, chiefly gods who are flesh and gods from light. Effective against curses. I think that might be the first anti-curse book we have. I don't think that's true, but it might be. Tristema Hera also has effective against curses. We've unlocked the Hall of Voices, which is a hearth, where the higher initiates of the threefold mysteries would meet to manage the affairs of the Black Dove and resolve its disputes. Here they voted to blind and expel the Chorits of the Thunderskin, who had trespassed in the inner chambers and spied on the mysteries. From that time on, the rites of the Thunderskin were not permitted on the isle, and the sacred drums fell silent. But the waves still beat in the bones of the rocks. Even now, that slow pulse comes. Ah, it's another eatery, but with different aspects. So that's actually 3 cooks we have now. Some nice stuff down here. A mortar and pestle. A chalice of Lambreg Brodelstein. Just gonna take this pigment and put it up with the other pigments. Black sapphire wash. And we got 3 books, which I'm very happy to say. Because there ain't much I love more than organizing books. Nobody to you. We have an ear reb and a metal lift. Not really much to do with either of them. Dear I say. All right, Hushery, Horo, Macastry. We've cataloged a Dawn period book with Keeper Skin. Now, we do know how to get rid of Keeper Skin. We've done it in the past. We have a 14 Moth in Vac. And a 10 Rose in Hykasos. Sure, I'm butchering that, but... Dayo! Thank you for the follow. Love your name. Welcome to the agency. Ten Rose in Hykasos. That seems like it's absolutely doable. Maybe not today, but 14 Moth and Vac is a bit more difficult. Songs of the Carapace Cross. There's a couple of unique books here we have. Like this one's got this like ant on the front of it. The Geminad here is really interesting. Is Infusine though. You're Infusine. You're Infusine. Why are all the best books Infusine? This is the history of inks. That sounds super useful. Am I playing this without notes? No, I do have a notepad file that's an absolute mess. This game is basically a note-taking game. I can't imagine playing it without notes. All right, we're just gonna wait till dawn. Oh, what was the other room here also? A red forbidding. Crimson mists beckon and sway. Grail and nectar. Lead the way. This looks like a shrine. I wonder if there's going to be like a shrines to 3 more hours down here. Or 9 hours. You know what? This is probably all of this, I bet, is shrines. Cloudy. Moth and moon. All right, let's go for some books today. I think. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see who's showing up at the corner master store. I do have 10 shillings on me. It's like 5 hires. It's not nearly enough hires, but moon and moth. What a garbage weather. You're in Vac, which we can read, and you're 10 moon. 10 moon. 8 moon in Kilisimi, which I also know how to speak now. Let's read you. Clearly, it's been a while since we've gotten into the moon. Kilisimi, the Tryst, I think is really good for this. Yep. The Inks of Containment is probably my best bet. He says. Is that true? Nothing has 5 moon yet. Wow, Eranoscopy got huge. 5 sky. This will do with the clouds. I'm happy to waste it. Five moon. 5 sky here. I'm sorry. 5 sky, 3 sky, 8 sky, 11 sky. Still not high enough. What's kind of interesting is like no pigments and very few objects produce sky. The awakened feather does, and the blue crown does. Which would be materials and like flowers. Which is for sure not the most common combination. Trying to think what I can use for them. Best notes is just noting what book gives what memories. I absolutely agree. We didn't do that until like pretty late, and it started making a huge difference. All right, well, this is a passing by poet who's got winter and sky. I feel like winter is one of the ones we need a lot of right now. 13 winter. Whist is winter. Winter's a really tricky one because our whist is so bad. Oh, he also has moth. I could give him our Newman loopholes with the Trist Plus I just used. I could get his moth up really high. Would that get me anything? I need winter 11 for you. Winter 13 for you. Winter 13 for you. Moth 12. This is all like outside though. This passage doesn't interest me so much. I imagine it's probably like docks or something. So winter is what I'd be going for. We could do 4. I could get my Trist Plus back, so that would be... No, sorry. I get the Whist, so that's 6. What do we have that gives winter? Not a lot. Egan Grau. The Solomon's Preparation is a drink that gives 4 winter. Okay, and I know I can make this. We have the recipe for this. So that's 8, 9, 10. There's no tool that gives winter. Not that I'm seeing. And there's no food that gives winter. There are flowers, which he might accept. That'd give him 12. I could definitely drug him with a memory. Yeah, all right, let's hire him for the day. This is going to be a zoo to figure out. Give him a drop of that. What is my winter book? What do we have that gives us winter? Regret gives us winter. And bittersweet certainty. So the Black Book of Brittany also gives us winter. We can only give him 1, so we might as well take the Black Book. We'll take a chore with it. Why not? And I guess we'll just see how high we can push him. I'll also see whether or not he accepts things like flowers or maybe music. He might accept music if he's a poet. Again, it seems like certain characters accept certain things, like the nun accepting omens. This one also accepts flowers. I was correct. Fading flowers may provide inspiration. To put thy pale lost lilies out of mind. I should probably write down that he also takes flowers. That's 10. That's 12. 13. I do really want that room. Do I want it as much as I want the crystal room? Oh, that's a good question. We finished our moon culmination. When the heart no longer beats, the grail may keep the spirit in the body and an appetite indicated to sustain. Alukites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to the point where ordinary sustenance is unsustainable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature, and its generosity remains ungentle. It's possible for the body's health or the heart's chore to outpace the other elements so that a static mode becomes impossible and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. A memory of salt and 2 snow stories. Huh. We've yet to upgrade snow stories. I'm happy to have another book. Another moon book to add to our massive pile of moon books. Ah, yes, my tryst. That's what I was going to give him. He's at 10. We gave him a flower. We gave him a beverage. We have a memory coming. That's +2. Bittersweet certainty. That gets him 12. I can actually just give him Tryst 1. I can just give him Whist. Sorry, I keep forgetting this. That'll actually put him at 14, so he's over the cap. All right, just make sure we don't use that. Oh, man, I love that book. That book is definitely one of the best books. It's not as good as Newman Loopholes. But I'm too scared to use this for the fear that it might accidentally disappear and not be able to come back the next time I read that book. Which I could actually just test by reading that book again. Winter 14. All right, what do we think? The Ravaged Cellar or the Crystal Chamber? This is obviously going to give me a bunch of gems. It looks like a big shrine. This is going to unlock a keep out room. Maybe some tools. And who knows? I think I gotta go with the big room. I'm too curious. We still need metal to deflood this, which is really annoying because it's like we had metal earlier in the game and I just used it for things. Because I thought you could just do that. And I think I thought wrong. Snow Stories is ready for level ups. With a little of that. Which feels a bit like a why not. I should try to get more focused in upgrading like the 4s to 5s now. Actually, I should get focused on upgrading the non-committed 4s to 5s or 3s to 4s. Like this preliminary meter is good to upgrade. What would you need? Some fet. And 3 knock or rose. So we could do a confounding parable, which has the rose. We could do a memory of salt, which has knock, and we could do a pattern. I probably can't do that all in one day, is the only thing. You know, and we still have not tried upgrading a memory. I'm just going to do something stupid. I'm just going to grab like one of you. And I want to see what happens. Oh, we wanted human sacrifice. We might have it. The Rowanarium. Once there was a brother and sister who loved each other greatly. They resolved that they were one soul split into 2 bodies, and their greatest wish was to become one. They found the hidden isle where the twins, the sister and witch, had arrived when they crossed the great ocean, and a sacred pool on which the moon shone only once a year. There they spoke with the twins in dreams, and they learned how they might become conjoined as one, flesh and immortal. Now the brother's resolution failed her, and though he loved his sister, he could not choose to spend eternity joined in one flesh. The sister could not persuade him, and she would not abandon him or force him. So they used their arts to live long lives, close but separate, and they made a double foundation of monks and nuns, as chaste as they had always been, but each nun had her brother twin, and none could enter alone. In time, the sister found her own immortality, and to this day she walks the world by moonlight. The brother died, and his bones are buried in the room beneath the well. But his children live on. Rowena the Legian, protectress of the house, holds the mayor's key of Wormstone, which opens the door to nowhere. Now and then she has lent it unwisely, but only once has she lent it to wise. Cooperative creatures. Moth creature could go down here. A key. Now we have the key to the house. Memory, a skill, and a soul. Skelisophy. Before I forget, don't I have something for this? Don't I have something that can upgrade you guys with health? Yes, plus health. What else is in here? Nothing, it's just that. Into the far room is a sealed vault. 14 knock, 14 grail. Oh, yeah, I want to get into the sealed vault beneath the hidden temple room where crazy human sacrifices open up the gateways to nowhere. Yeah, so we have the Hush House key. Reveal a treasure of the house. Knock in winter. I do not have the right stuff here. I can use any key. This will reveal a treasure. Secrets. Secrets. Deep, dark secrets. The juicy underground kind. This is definitely going to be the YouTube thumbnail for this guy. Dusk has fallen. Health is training. We got a touch memory here. What I wanted to do was try to use preliminary meter on this memory. Because we had a thing that said Memories, when fed into preliminary meter in the presence of enough knock or rose, can blossom and fissure. Now this would have to be at a station which has both forge and knock. I need knock or rose for this, of which I can't really do. It's interesting. Some doors are not meant to be opened. Nonsense. We're going to open every door we can get our grubby little mitts on. And we're going to regret every minute of it. You know what, actually? I'm sorry. The kitchens might have forge. They might also not have forge. There is a big egg here. An outsized ostrich egg that I could hatch with my chore. It's going to take 6 minutes. Wow. That is a sizable amount of time. All right. What do we got? It is very hard among the reflections of the Ruinarium to understand what exactly, who, and what has just been opened, but I can see very clearly what has just been revealed. Towards a fundamental aesthetic, 2nd edition. The refinements of light. Julian Cosley had never wanted and expected to write a 2nd edition of his masterwork. This book houses a Newman. Mystery of Winter, written in Iraqapian. God damn. Obviously, this is the Hushery victory. The nature victory, the winter victory. Crack track. The twice born. I guess that's the Bosque victory. Would probably be what this would be. And Hushery. We still haven't found the lantern. That is cartography. Nicodrome. So it's probably, I want to say it's up here. Why is there a door if it's not meant to be used? A bold question. Clouds. Also, current affairs. We're finally going to get a visitor. Now, what's going to suck is that I don't have any secret money to give them. So if, for example, they have the language that I need to unlock that Hushery book, I'm not going to be able to use it. Clouds. Moon and Moth. So they match Trist really well. Lots of low-level moon bots. Moon books. Book of the Clean Skull. The Peacock Door. Sorry, what language is this book? Fac. I don't know. Do we have a 12 book here if I'm going to use this? I have a 14. A 16. That's great. I mean, what am I making the ink for if I'm not going to use it? Quite frankly. It seems like nonsense to me. All right, can we upgrade some skills as well today? Some non-locked in skills, such as preliminary meter. I know what the answer to that is, and the answer is yes. I just need knock and rose and a lesson. I have a knock lesson, which means I need 3 memories in a combination of knock and rose. Salt would work. Pattern would work. And I have pattern written in here twice. A confounding parable. The locksmith's dreams, traveling at night, and Book of the Pale Lady. Book of the Pale Lady, Traveling at Night, Volume 3, and The Locksmith's Dream, Volume 5. So we'll just do a little perusal of these. And I need to make sure that... if I'm going to upgrade this, I have a knock or a rose. So let's just keep her shaft. Probably. Would be safe. Okay, that should give us all the memories we need. Some doors useful to keep things in or out. Nah. Nah. Crack those bad boys open. Let's get them going. You got anything good here? We do have a visitor interested in a hunt. The affair of the second skin. Immortals change more slowly than most of us, but even immortals change sometimes. In the city of Marrakesh, the Labonite Abacassis has begun a dramatic and dangerous metamorphosis, one that's alarming friends and enemies alike. Azita Bukhara, Aramaic, Phrygian, Deep Mandraic. Fantastic. I don't have a language to talk to her. The Labonite affair has begun a dramatic and dangerous metamorphosis. Achievement unlocked. You need knife mystery. I definitely got that for you. 3 knife. That's all you need. 3 edge. Oops. This visitor can't read Latin. What about this book? I am armed, I'm prepared, I'm resolved. It's the part of the game gives me no pleasure at all. Goodbye, librarian. Alright. Give me your money, honey. That paper. Learn secret languages. Bring back the dead. So this is 2 Newmans I've found down here. So clearly the basement is where all the cool stuff is. There's no doubt about. All that good. Health plus. 2 scale, 3 heart, 3 nectar. 7 base nectar. You've got me a confounding parable, a memory of salt, and a pattern memory. This, along with this, and this, and this, and shaft, will allow us to upgrade our preliminary meter. This is definitely the best spot for this because all of the books are in their own little cubby hole. All right, we have a handful of stuff left over. Still no sign of metal. Like anywhere to be found. Or any idea of how to make it. The nun, who is Knock, Moon, and Grail. I could give her loopholes and get her to knock 10. 14. I think I have a drink that gives knock 6. I sure do. Lady, have I got news for you? You are hired and you are breaking into that sealed vault. 1 bronze. Am I just going to flat out just give her this? I think I will. Like, that's 10. This requires 14. I guess we'll find out now whether or not we can get the Newman loopholes back. A culmination on Moon. This is observations on the Peacock door, which is one of the famous doors from Cultist Simulator that you have to break through in your dreams. Notably, the book is written in VAC, which by some accounts is another aspect of the Peacock door itself. 9 Gala addresses this by apologizing courteously to the door and the language at the end of every section. The Peacock door did not exist, 9 Gala says. In the days when the gods from stone entered the Mantis, they used the fanged key to open the Savage door, a door not usually available to mortals. Speech, as the initiates of Chion would have it, is a wound. I fear that through this wound, the blood of the Mantis flows even now, and that one day speech will be an end to dream. I fear that, but I fear the alternative far more. Well, aren't you a peculiar collection? Damn, there's a lot of Moon books. Lessons in Sickle and Eclipse is a pretty good one to upgrade. Edge or Moon? And then my E-Reb. Well, we could just read the Book of the Pale Lady again. Get that memory back. And frankly, I don't see why the heck not. I'm so excited about this seal vault. I'm buzzing. Let us hope that doesn't screw the Newman. I can't imagine. I mean, if it's a persistent memory that gets destroyed with Numa, I can't imagine that the moment you open it, you're stuck with it. Especially considering how hard it is to get these Newmans. I think they're just super memories. Can't wait to play Cultist Simulator, beat it, get bored, and then play the crud out of this. I mean, the fun thing with Cultist Simulator is you have to beat it, and then you have to beat it again to get the true ending. And the true endings are hella difficult to get. I'm just so excited that we're finally into the crazy stuff. It's really funny because they say like they say that this game is like 20 to 40 hours, and I'm like, no. In 40 hours you can scratch the surface of this game, but you absolutely do not get the game beat in 20 to 40 hours. I like upgrading that one, even though we have it committed. I like upgrading it because it's a good edge card. We might as well do some work in town. These are all lessons, so I'm not in any rush on any of them. And the rest can sit as well. Welp, it's gone. I mean, I hope not. We could actually just start reading that book right away. We have to read it at the nature desk. With a little whist. What is it in? Crack track. I like that you have to use the memory, the language a second time. I got Cultist Simulator for my birthday, but I didn't want to start it before moving. It's very good. Cultist Simulator is fantastic. It's definitely more culty than this game is. I was expecting this game to be a bit higher on the cult score. And if you could have had like, if you could just like rent your rooms permanently to visitors, it would definitely have that, I think. Ooh, the Silver Vault. Did the Curia of the Isle construct this vault? Curia period. They were not long. Most of them were not long. So they were not obliviates. The society of unseen immortals bound by 3 oaths. But this vault does seem to reference the oath called the Silver Chain, which forbade men to lie with women or women with men. For what may come is not always a crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. I'm very surprised this is Curia period. We have ancient deep Mandraic sky scrolls. We can read that. A mottled casket. We can open that. In fact, let's do that right away. The Turquoise Hand. This book houses a Newman. It's in Ramsed and it's rose. Oh, buddy. We're reading that. We're reading that soon. This is the Birdsong Victory. We have an uncatalogued Dawn book, an ambered casket, and a royal casket. Oh boy. Let's catalog that book to start. 10 rows, no problem. Fet ++ with like Path and Pilgrim. It's not 10, but it's not far off. The Burning Woman, written in Phrygian. 14 Forge. Well, this doesn't... we don't get a lot of Forge. I have 6 Forge books here that we haven't read. Are you kidding me? It's because we don't have a Forge desk. Sorry, those are the books I have read. These are the ones I have not read. 18, 14, 14, 10, 10, 8, Sanskrit. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, well, I can read that. Okay, Newmans are permanent. Newmans are permanent memories. This is insanely good. Wildly good. Four is my highest rose, I think. Yeah. We have January Sanguinary, the True Blood of Saint Generius. It is a liquid, so it goes up here. We've got a couple vials of that now. We've got a big turtle. Few of these have been seen in the world under this sun. A living relic, 4 scale, 2 sky, cooperative beast. We unlocked a giant turtle. Can I set him out in the... Yeah, man. That's where I want you to live. For sure it is. We then also have a few other things we got to crack open, but I don't have any elements to do it yet. So, forge desk is this room? What room? There's a desk in this room? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I didn't know there was a desk in this room. at all. That is infuriating. Rain. That's infuriating, but also very exciting. Because that means I can do forge work now. I think I knew there was a desk in this room, and then I forgot about it. Unbelievable. Actually, let's say it's entirely believable, knowing how much of a doofus I am. 8. I need a 2-rose memory or a 2-rose tool. Or a 1-rose tool and a 1-rose memory. Shan't be too hard. Rose. The locksmith stream. If I could just read this down here, that would be nice. Throw a Trist in there. That'll get me what I need for that. My other pets, we have the chimeric larva, we have a tame viper, we have a wild viper, and we have a couple of chickens down here. And then I guess we also have a magnificent green cockatoo. To be honest, my pets are kind of all over the place right now. Also have a gull's egg. Can we hatch that? Yeah, we might as well. Okay. 2 grail, 2 nectar. 14 nectar. 3, 4, 5, 6 with the gardening can. If I can find someone who has nectar as their base skill, I could open that room. The big if. There's a little gull, but where you put it? I mean, there's a gull up here, but he's not actually selectable. I have a little pigeon statuette that I put with him. Oh, you're right. There he is. The orphaned chick. I just kind of put him down. Iotic essence. Well, that's good. Ooh, let's use maybe my whist. What else do I have here that I can... I'm hesitant to use the Fet Plus in case I need it. Let's use the Shaft. Something exalted. Here's my confounding parable. Here is my iotic essence. So... What's this? Ink or tools. But I don't even need it with the confounding parable, right? I can't believe we're unlocking another Newman. That's very exciting. I also have a skybook here in Deep Mandrake. I don't suppose we have the stuff we need for this, do we? I have a lot of sky. You'd give me 1? Surely something. Skybook. You know what? A confounding parable would do this again. This locksmith stream is really getting work. Let's spend the west. That's everything out of this vault. Yeah, looks like it. The keys. Not quite what I was thinking, but the fact that we get a Newman out of it, and a Newman that I can read right away, is pretty huge. I haven't wandered the beach much. No, I haven't wandered the beach much, nor have I done the forest. We really struggled to get health and chore cards early. So she doesn't have nurture, but she does have grail. Where's my chores? Gonna use my E-Reb's not though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. I could definitely feed her for 11. Can I get her to 4? Probably. So it begins, the great fattening. Let us pudge up our people and see what grail we can find in the kitchen. We have tea, we have booze, we have much booze. Limited drinking cocoa would give us a nice 2 grail. I think the biggest problem is I don't have much in the food department. And I feel like I have something up here that gives an insane amount of grail. Ruby Rise Ruin gives 4 grail. Witching Tisane also gives 2. If I don't have food, I probably need to give her this. A forbidden epic. A persistent memory. Attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. Bluffing through. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. Forbidden epic. So I just found this in one of those containers. What's really peculiar, though, is that it's persistent. So now I'm like, should I be edge crafting? That was for the sky book here. What language is this? Deep Mandrake? Get in there, locksmith stream. Okay, so that puts her to 14. That's enough to explore this shrine, which I am very interested in. I think that's the Grail shrine down here, too. $13, $11, $11. Not quite. But if we give her the scales after, that'll be 14. So let's do that. At noon, the sun moves like the beating of a wing. At sunset, he sends the herald's child with her candle. At midnight, he sends the wind that extinguishes the candle flame. Commentary, illustrations, and interweavings carry revelations never intended in the original, a sense of history, and the sense of the histories. The old lost music. Rose 5, scale 5, sky 5. In the right histories, every song ever sung still lingers in wind and echo, untouched by the demands of eternity. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Symergist and the Magnate can win a particular victory. Again, not us. We are the Cartographer. It's possible that that Hushery book will unlock our victory condition. I really want to find the book that gives us our particular victory condition now. She's going to need this tool in a second. That's 14. I mean, it's curious. That was just like in a room. This was a challenge. We needed a key. This one was very specific. The first one we got here with Hill and Hollow. I don't know how I managed to piece that together. Fluke more than anything else. We got a lot of lessons that I probably could start using. All right, 14. 14, Grail, the Red Foreboding, the Surrealist Painter's Assistance. Meniscate Reflections. Can I use this in here? Wow, this card about reflections I actually can't use to craft in the mirror. Sky Harmony. Ah, this is the Shritic Book of Suns. Set down with reverence before the intercalate by one who understood what would come to pass. Apocryphal chapters foretell the means by which the sun in splendor and the forge might circumvent the impossibility of their joining through proxies that are in somewhat sense themselves. Newman, the Great Counterfeit. The sun in splendor and the forge of days could not be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. This secret is the trick of it. The Twice Born can win with this particular victory, and Sacra Solis Invicti. This is a lesson we've never seen. So this is kind of interesting. This actually got rid of our other Newman, which is also a Twice Born Newman. So this means I think that you can only have one Newman in your inventory at any time. Twice Born might be New Game Plus. You're probably right. You know, we still haven't found these two librarians. Correction, we haven't found one of the librarians. I know the other one is Serena Blackwood. I'm literally missing one bust. The rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun and certain secrets from the gods of light. You've unlocked the Chapel Callicite. The Red Grail says, never speak of this mystery. I was always the first and I must always be the greatest. When we split the blood of the Thunderskin, I feasted and grew strong, stronger again than the twins. There is always a feast and nothing is truly wasted. We got a bunch of books in here. We have Bobos of Spring, a votive vessel for harvest offerings, the Goddess who changes skin, some Sacrament Callicite Collector's Edition, the non-patched version, ambergris chunks, and a callicite altar. The Red Grail, Birth and Appetite. Denied and condemned by the clergy of the sun for her temptress role in the sun's division. Those of us who oppose eternity might instead give her thanks and praise. Guiling Melodies. A From a faintest life into a cloth doll. Something tells me there's probably a secret thing, like in that altar. A wintry forbidding, icy mist coils and drifts. Edge or knock 14. Again, another shrine in here. We did get a couple more books. So we might as well spend the evening cataloging them. These books aren't gonna read themselves, after all. Counterfeit. So this is a 5 nectar. It's also 5 moon. The Newmans are huge for breaking, because most of my memories cap out at 2. Newmans give me a +3, which will often let me go up like 2 books higher than what I had. 16 edge. 4 forge in Latin. Well, we can read that right away. 14 rose Aramaic. And 14 sky deep Mandraic. Well, let's read this right away. I don't actually have a soul to do it with, but first thing in the morning. When you overlook one tiny note by the language of the book. I mean, there's a few things that we've not gone back to after like learning languages. And there's a few times I've been like put a lot of effort into reading a book that I can't read. Invisible opera. It's a phonograph. Again, I don't have phonographs yet. Clouds. Not the most valuable. You. Eight. Can I get that maybe? Probably have to upgrade my forge thing again. Sacra Solis Invicti. I feel like this has probably got me some cool stuff at the solar altar. Maybe. Then again, maybe not. Oops. We can use those, iotic essences. Which is actually enough for the 15th level thing, but I need to use Inks of Revelation if that's the case. No, I need to use some other thing. Anyway, I don't need to do that. I don't need that ink. We've already done Lantern. Oh, man. Okay. What are we doing today? Let's start by popping into town. I love that I just have this penny that's like my lucky penny that I go into town with looking for people to hire. It's so funny. Alga. Alega? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. A book I thought I can't read as a librarian was readable. Oh, yeah. A lot of the languages you can actually read right off the bat. We have another orphaned chick because I was stupid and forgot we already had one of these. They can hang out together. Can they? Sure. Sure, why not? Books. It's cloudy, mothy, moony. Phonograph. 10 moon. Have we done scale crafting? This is actually one question I have. Is Clariot not? So one thing I legitimately have done very, very, very little of is crafting via scale. And it's generally because I forget that you can even do it. But lots of food contains scale. Glass finger toxin. Serpents and venoms creates glass finger toxin. If I used a less powerful knock, a less powerful scale, I mean. Who has scale? Path and Pilgrim. An old moment with Path and Pilgrim. These other guys aren't powerful enough yet. No, most of our scale stuff is actually like pretty not powerful. Glass finger toxin, I am like 90% certain we already have somewhere. He says, not at all certain if that's true. There we go. Yeah, glass finger toxin. Knock and forge. All right, all right, all right, all right. Moon 10. Trist is 2. This is 5. That's 5. That's 4. That's 16. I could open this moon 14. I could open this moon 16 if I spoke Fusine, but I don't. Are you also a moon book? You're moon 8. You're moon 8 in Latin. You're very easy to read. I think let's take this guy. Who's a moon book? Get the fancy ink out. Use my Newman. Hit it with the sea story. And crush it. If I could be doing these big books for free, why not? I went through the pile of unreadable books you collected. It's like I'm constantly having to go back here and be like, can I read this book now? And then it's like, oh yeah, absolutely, you can read that book now. No questions asked, you can read that book now. Moon and Moth. Moth. Vac Moth, 14. I should read a Newman. So we have it on hand. I didn't add the language. Whoopsie. You're in Ramsud. And then what if I upgraded Sacralemia? The nun is here again today. Who is Knock and Grail, both of which are pretty valuable. Knock 14. So last time we gave her really good drugs. This time I don't think I have any of those. This time I think I'm out of the good drugs. I could give her a Numa for 5. Take my Shasp back for 2. I keep making this thing called an amethyst ampule, but I don't think I can really do much with it. Glass and liquid. Were it released from the glass, it would be quite another color. Getting her up to 15 at this point is becoming a lot trickier. I also have a lot of Grail secrets here that I'm curious to discover. That I'm wondering about what we have that might be usable to get this. Or if perhaps I'm just missing a skill. Hi. So many options. So little time. You're cracking a moon book. You're getting me a rose thing. You're cracking a forge book. Let's see what they come up with. You're a phonograph that I don't need. Got lessons out the wazoo. I might as well read the Pale Lady and get like a moth lesson here. Forging the Kindled Flame. We've read Sunset Passages. The church revered the sun in splendor before it was divided, but even while it was still whole, its later selves were recognized as its names. The Madugrad, of course, presided over death and passage into the house. The white ceremony was spoken to honor the Madugrad at funerals held in the chilly space before dawn. The text cautions that all blades should remain sheathed while the ceremony is spoken. Let the corpse be not quiet. Revelation. What is this book? Forge 4? Sunset Passages. We've actually had this Revelation card like a billion times, but I just don't have it written down. The old lost music. You're... okay. Rose, scale, and sky. And that one is from the Turquoise Hand. Yeah, so we have access to 3, almost 4 Newmans. Scale. This would let me do my scale nonsense that I was talking about doing. Scale crafting in the kitchen. It's an old moment. Trace it onto an egg to hatch something that recalls an earlier era. Scale 10. Skulls are eggs. Could you name a place that you're allowed to use them? I can't. I have a hen's egg. Well. A living relic. Ugh, well, we already have one of these. So, all right, next question. Can I use you? You're Sky and Rose. Moon and Rose. I could use you up here, technically. Living relic. Problem is, I can't use all this other stuff. What about skills? Any of my... You? I guess we could talk to the living relic as well and see what he wants. You know what? That's something we haven't done yet. I could also offer it food, but it doesn't need it because it's cooperative right now. We'll just try talking to it. We'll waste our plus on it. We've done a culmination of the moon. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those that seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that has planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is it this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? The sister and witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers demand a conjunction that are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does that mean nowhere sits in cruciate? We know how to get to nowhere. Memory of intuition. 2 sky, 2 rose. From the book 3 and the 3 moon book. We also got a few lessons for a thing that we already have. Oh man. Okay, rose, moon. I've got 2 good moon recipes right now. I could definitely upgrade a moon skill. Even easier if we want to get some memories to throw in there. Such as a memory of salt, that's 3 moon skills. You're locked in. You're not. You're really valuable for doing moon stuff, but I don't know that that's what I need to focus on right now. Who is not committed? Who is not committed that has moon? Insects and nectar. Hill and Hollow is committed. Insects and nectar is really interesting to me. It is a chandlery skill. But I feel like it's also probably the way to do things like hatch that chrysalis. The Tridesma Hera is my best moon skill. And I feel like we definitely have the stuff to do this. I could use the Forbidden Epic here, but it really would feel like a waste. Oh, one of these has to be a lesson, so let's just do that instead. You're also not locked in. Absolutely, let's do that. God, what a mess. What a mess. Memory of Revelation. I could probably boost up this Sacra Solus Invicti. Or Edicts Involatile. Both would be like fairly straightforward to do, I think. We have Faust. I could probably read some more Lantern books if I wanted to do this guy. He's Horomachistry. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. This guy beats curses though, so actually I'm gonna focus on him first. Let's get him pumped. Pump him up. Pump those jams. I'm gonna use my chore to pull up some water because I just realized we don't have any. You've given me an old moment. For scale. And now you're hungry. What do you eat? Apples and bananas. You'd eat an egg. Oh, you eat eggs and remains. Oh, that's more annoying than you would be led to believe. Oh, it's summertime and we haven't picked like any food. I'm just gonna leave him angry for right now. Scale. This guy's not persistent, which is a bit annoying. We could do some moth stuff with him. I think that's what I'm gonna have to probably do. Paint moth gold. If we add a liquid, such as water, I could make more of that ink that I'm actually out of right now. So let's do that. Which means alchemy table. I can almost fit you all in here. Which means this kitchen, which means jail kitchen. Man, why y'all making it so hard for me to find places to use my moth? The dispensary, this will probably do it. Liquid. Now I know I have a cup of this in the jail here. Asmil. That's that good ink. Five moon ink. Okay, well, that feels good. I never hired the nun after, which is maybe a bit of a waste, but can't do everything every day, I guess. Moon, key, and grail. I didn't really have the right memory to give her. The question is this the memory I want? Sky. It would make that very, very easy to do. Three from a Faust. 10 from that. 4 from the thing. Rose and scale. This ravaged cellar is scale, which would be very useful. As is the slithering fountain. This may be not the best Newman for us to be using right now, but I guess it will hold. Draw up water. Craft Asmel. Good use of all of our bits and bobs. You go here. Whew, man. All right. I think that's the day. Daybreak. With Joanne McLeod. It's a sunny day. So we got some sky. Don't use your chore. Use your Faust. I never remember to pick the things out of the garden, and I can really only do this in summer and autumn. So I would like to get some use out of it. Big problem is that I don't know whether or not I'm going to need. Well, I can use chore, actually. Seeing as it's pretty much useless. Health and E-Reb both do better versions of what it does. Books, maybe? I mean, that's the other thing is I can use the Newmans for is, say, getting to 14 Sky with Deep Mandraic. 1, 2, 3, 8. 9 with a tool. Wait. 5. 10. 13. 14 with the tool. I can read that right now. The Skulking Fugitive. This is the guy with scale. So actually, what I want to see is if I can get him to 14 and open up the Ravaged Cellar. 13 and open up the Ravaged Cellar. 10, obviously, through the Newman. Or like 9, I should say. There must be a scale tool that we have. There is. The Hourglass. And food also must be scale. Lethe is 2. Dandelion coffee. Couple of boozes. Cuckoo honey is 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Let's get him going. Eagle, good evening. How you doing today? If he's going scale, we got to feed him health. Is the only thing we have with scale. I also forgot about this +2. That'll be a solid little addition. You've got a sack of vegetables. And a sack of vegetables. Do I have to open these? They're just generic sustenance. I mean, I'll take them. I can read this, but not until I do the Newman, which I need for this guy right now. So baby steps. All right, you've got that. Let's feed you the Newman. Because then I can actually just start reading a new one right away. And we might as well use this one, seeing as it's Sky. Doesn't hurt to have again. Especially if I want to crack this book. 5, 8, 5, 13. Yeah, just keep the Faust safe. Try not to use it early. And then scale. Right, there's cuckoo honey. Could have sworn we had like 2 scale booze. 2 grail. 2 edge. 2 nectar. Rose, edge, grail. Nectar, 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 nectar. Take my time deciding on like what I want to give him. Strathcoin whiskey is 2 scale. So let's do that. Boop, boop, boop. That puts him at 13. It's 14 for that room. Which I could just do with an hourglass. My goodness. Serpent-styled glass. Oh yeah, I forgot. Also with this, we've got the fife that we can probably use for this book. Yeah, really, the moment we have the Newman, we're good to go. That old lost music. So, at a sky desk, this book with the Newman, the Faust, the Orniscorpy, and the fife, along with the language of Deep Mandraic, actually puts us at 16. Dare I say, that's pretty goddamn good. 18 is the next book up we have for Sky, so. Right, and then we have this 10 book, but we've already read that one. Man, oh, I'd be so happy if we could find a Newman that allowed us to get our unique victory for cartographer. That would be super. That would rule. 14. I really do want to search that stuff, but considering what we've been getting out of the basement, I just can't. Like, I can't focus on anything else. All of the best things that are advancing us more than anywhere else are down there. Well, you got sunny weather. It's a beautiful, gorgeous, sky-filled day. Do you maybe want to upgrade some lessons? Is there anything maybe you haven't queued into the old Tree of Wisdoms that you also could? Trisderma, yes. But this can also go into preservation. Where it would be Grail and health. Heart and nectar. Is that a good spot for you? We know that Erab is... mixes Grail. That'd be a Grail Bosk, which we don't have. Time to repair the pumps. I don't have metal, and I don't know where to get metal. This is a big problem we're actually having. You need 2 metal to fix the pumps. And I don't know where to get it. We had 2 metal, but obviously I crafted with it way earlier. Heart. I can't remember. We don't have any other heart cards. We only have heart plus plus. So putting them in there feels like it's maybe a waste of time. Dornwall, I committed you. Liminal meter, I didn't commit you. But we upgraded you recently, didn't we? Sure did. And we can get a whist with you, which is Knock and Rose. Knock, Rose, Lantern, Winter, Ilhastry. Hold on a second. Knock Rose is not here. I really wish I could just see Ilhastry. Sky and Forge. Ilhastry. What the hell are the Ilhastry desks? Preservation is under that drum. Illumination. This stuff drives me nuts trying to figure out where these things are. I don't think I have an Ilhastry that does this. Preservation. Sure looks like I don't. So it would be bad for me to put it in there. Because I wouldn't actually be able to upgrade it. Flip side, it would get me a Whist, which I could then upgrade into a Whist Plus using whatever other card is giving me Whist. Hold on, let me just look through every one of my locked-in cards. Somebody here is giving me Whist. I'm sure of it. You. Which is Hushery Winter Sky. Hushery Winter. That we must have. Hushery Sky Rose. Hushery Moon Rose, I mean. Hushery Sky Winter. Okay, so the solar altar. All right. I'll do that then. I'm going to do that. So where does this go? This goes in here. And it gets us a Whist. And then I go to the solar altar. And I put in both the Whists with... I've already forgotten what skill it was. You. And we can sharpen our Whist. It's probably worth it. And you're opening the cave. I mean, that's a pretty good day. Opening one room and upgrading a Whist. That's, I would say, pretty valuable. What a beautiful room. The Narthex. If you were a pilgrimage to the Abbey of the White Crow, you'd purify yourself here. You didn't want to track profane Dumnonian mud or alien Mare Britannicum salt into the holy precincts, or unclean thoughts, especially not unclean thoughts. The priestesses here were a little more merciful than the hours they served, but only a little bit. Sea glass. Okay. A viper egg. We have a couple vipers already. Atlantic amber and Eva's locks. As well as a couple of candles. No table or nothing. That's disappointing. I feel that this Sacred Spring likely has a unique skill that goes in here as well. But not that I could tell you what it was. Herbs, insects, edicts. Just the thing is, there's so many possibilities of things that can go in here. Right to the root. I mean, I don't have a good card to go with this. Tanglebrag. I'm trying to remember how much we needed to find this. And I feel like the answer was like extremely little. I don't even remember what we put in here originally. It you know what? Realistically, it probably was like a 10 slot recipe. This was just a key. All we needed here was a key. And I don't know, there might also still be other options that we've missed. Like if you let in that. Secret threshold. An enduring reflection. I feel like I don't know. Okay, enduring reflection we do know. Enduring reflection is the 3 rows memory. We've unlocked a 14 skybook. Omar describes his work in the construction of mirrors for the enclosure of a sacred flame and his slow realization of a flaw in the glass. He explains how his lightsmithing techniques can be used in the presence of sufficient lantern to enrich xanthiotic essence into the great ink of the first history. We already know how to do this. He pleads caution lest the channeler be realized. We've already made and written that memory. I mean, I'm happy for the extra lessons, but damn, I was really... got excited there for a second. Soul and skill. Yeah, that's what I thought. For the hollow. The hell in the hollow. I could sit here plugging things in for hours. I really need to organize my notes is the big problem at this point. I just need like a Google Doc. Well, new day is dawning. It's the middle of summer. It's a sunny, beautiful day. We got a lot of stuff done today. We managed to break a fair bit into the jail. A lot of the underground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rooms in the underground I think we got unlocked. We finished the actual Hush House itself. With that remaining dining room. At least the main part of Hush House, I should say. And we've gotten quite a fair bit unlocked. The Newmans have really opened up what we're capable of right now. And have me thinking about like how to best put them to use and where they can be used and what we can do with them. And whether or not we can write any more histories into the book with them. Because having 5-point memories with 7-point inks, 4-point skills, 7, 11, 16. I think if I get that ink of power leveled up once, I can write the Rose histories. Or I might be like a whole other 5 points short, and then we'd have to figure that out. But I could probably try with that. And maybe throw in some other stuff as well. Did we get more health? Could take a walk. Did I get the more health? No, I got the upgraded whist. And I combined the 2 whists together. At this point in the game, I, for one, would welcome being able to have your skills displayed as lists with a small image on the side. Yeah, definitely something other than this system could be better done. Or just like alternative ways. And they actually added this in the hot patches. They added in alternative ways to sort. But I want more alternative ways to sort. Like being able to have like your locked in skills first instead of it just all being in alphabetical, or honestly, I think just something that if you could hold control and just have it show like in the 2 corners, if you held control and the top 2 corners of every image showed like heart, nectar, whatever the symbol was, and then just like a number over that to show how many points. You know, kind of like this level 3 thing is here. You could easily do that by just saying like, you know, forge, key. All the skills are only ever 2 things, right? We've not discovered a 3-point skill, at least not yet. I think that would be a huge quality of life. And then you could also do it on these guys as well. It becomes a little bit more complicated with things like health, where there's 3 of them, but like just like tick, tick, tick. You know, 3 little symbols just to show exactly what it is. Would speed up the brain processing a lot, but list view would be really useful. Yeah, yeah. Who's in favor for bringing back Roman numerals? I for 1. Aye for 2. You have my vote. folks, that's going to be it for today. That's going to be all. We're going to leave out on that pun. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be back tomorrow with more.